And welcome back to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. Last week, the Icewind Trekkers went to see the goblins in Karkalok, not before running into some pesky Periton who wanted to rip the heart out of Barritomus. Thankfully, dealt with those pretty quickly. The goblins are held up in this rickety fortress, and you saw hanging up on one of their bridges was some sort of big iron man, like some sort of robotic marionette. Its leader, Yarbnock, was somehow reclused, and Snubsuck, one of the goblins, kind of like captain of the guard, was refusing to have you even walk in, saying that he was the one in charge and he was calling the shots in terms of security. You tried to intimidate him, and instead of being scared, he actually invited two of you in, took away the party's strength in being together, and led you inside, where you did get to meet Yarbnock, but something was very strange. He seemed to not be as goblin-y as you might thought. Clearly, he was far more advanced as well, seeing like all the tinkering tools and contraptions that he had made on the shelves. And there was this very strange egg-shaped container in the corner as well, with like a weird 6 or 9 like digit keypad and a blinking light. But it wasn't too long before you started to realize this goblin was actually Spellix in disguise, and he was using a combination of both what he had salvaged from the crash as well as a silent image to sort of cover up the inconsistencies. And he tried his best to keep the peace and convince the rest of the goblins that you were no threat and that peace negotiations could go forward. But due to previous actions where basically lied to a goblin and that you would let them go free and then instead murder them, the goblins did not trust you one bit. But before they could launch an attack, a quick spell put an end to the uprising and rebellion. With Snubsuck dead, it meant that Manifek, the kind of healer of Karkalok, stepped up to be the next in command, and you had a feast, negotiated peace between the goblins and the 10 towns. So long as they can get Dugan's Hole and some ballistas, a way to defend themselves effectively, then they're happy to help either protect caravans or gather supplies, basically become their own town in of themselves. And you set out back towards Bryn Shander in order to seal the deal. Manifex with you, and it was a pretty pleasant journey on the way back. I think you didn't have any encounters, and it was very light snow, so...
Yes.
Right now, you're in Bryn Shander. We can skip right ahead to the negotiations if you want, unless there's something else you wanted to do.
The only other thing we need to do really is just top up on rations because we all used ours.
Oh yeah, that's right. Good point. You might want to drop some gold on that.
But I don't know how much are rations. Are they just the standard price now, or?
No, they're double that. Probably more like a gold per ration.
Okay, well, I'll get 5 days worth.
Although
So-
we did somewhat fix the food crisis a bit, so would they really still be
Yes.
a higher price? Wow.
I think too much of the people in 10 towns.
Ah, fuck these people then. We help them out with the food and they still screw us.
The food
What
doesn't
do you
cover
expect?
all of their. The food doesn't cover all of their problems. It only temporarily keeps them fed, but people are still going to starve to death shortly, like over time. Less people will starve to death, but the ending the winter is the real issue. That's the real plan. Like a cauldron will only keep them going for so long. Until you get to the point where the population is sustainable by a single cauldron. But at that point, you've lost basically 95% of the population of Icewindale.
So,
failed.
how many rations do we need to buy and how much is it going to cost us all?
Well,
Need to buy
I bought 5 for myself and 5 for Ashanti for the time being. Mostly because I can't carry
I'll
much more
buy
than that.
I'll buy 5 gold worth of rations for Pip.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And
How much-
I'd
Ashanti,
myself too. Yeah.
I sent the sled with y'all, remember? So that
Yeah.
y'all could haul rations back, and just assume I gave you 20 gold so that y'all could buy rations while y'all were there.
So is it
Actually-
is it a gold a ration then? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's easy
Actually,
enough.
40 gold. So, because
Said that's
Well,
easy
no.
enough. All that complaining, and you're like, oh, it's okay. That's reasonable.
I'll manage.
That's right, you will.
So, did you want all 40 gold spent on rations, Ashanti?
yeah, because
You
we're
just
going to need
said-
to feed them all again. We're going to need to feed them all again before we
Yeah.
set out. So,
So,
and
I've
there was
spent-
50 of them.
Yeah, I've spent 10 gold on rations myself, and I'll put your 40 gold worth, and they're all on the sled. Because I can't carry much.
Cool. That's good.
Mm.
All right. Are you heading to the town hall?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Pushing open the heavy oaken doors, the warmth of the hearth greets you as you enter into the Brindshander's town hall, probably the biggest of them all. And there's a few guards milling around. You can get Sheriff Southwell's attention pretty quickly. Speaker Shane is otherwise probably indisposed,
Yeah.
but he can approach you after a while and says, Icewind Trekkers, good to see you again.
Hi.
How can I help you?
Well, I did send my flying snake ahead. I'm hoping you got the message.
Ah, that's right. Yes. Negotiations about the goblins.
Yes,
Is this one of the ones you captured?
No, this is one that voluntarily decided to come with us to negotiate. This is like their second in command. Now.
I see. Alright. Well then, it won't be a moment. I'll get Devessa a notification. He heads off, and shortly after that, you are led into sort of a meeting chamber. And all the while, Manifek is kind of looking around, absolutely bewildered by the massive built-up civilization. And she says, "You really have a lot of food here. Yes. Feed all these people.
For now.
And rations are still cheap. If I had gold, I might have purchased some myself.
They're more expensive
That-
than they should be.
That wouldn't be necessary after all, if I'm correct. We should be getting and receiving some share of the supplies. Warm beds, warm fires, that kind of thing.
Certainly a possibility, depending on how the negotiations go.
Yeah, and as they're saying that, they're kind of like walking into the room, and Speaker Shane is already sitting there, hearing this as they walk in, and says, "You'll be getting nothing until you answer for your crimes. The murders of the 10 towns, the raiding of our caravans. And you think you can just brazenly waltz in here and start demanding coal and firewood? Should give me one good reason why I shouldn't have my guards execute you right here and now."
Well, because you'd be putting Ashanti to death if you did. That helps.
And
You
you
know.
and you'd be continuing on the further deaths and raids of caravans that we're in talks of stopping.
Yeah. I mean,
Would you not prefer peace to constant raids?
She pinches the bridge of her nose. I see. The goblins have some leverage. Well,
Oh, I mean,
doesn't surprise me. They're crafty little things.
yes, but I mean, if it comes to deaths, I mean, the 10 towns probably killed as many goblins as goblins have killed 10 towners, so you're probably even there. I mean,
Yeah,
Only in self-defense.
yes, and they're only trying to survive like everyone else is, and now we have a way to put an end to that benefits both sides. Isn't that better?
yeah. One could say that they were acting in self-defense of Oral.
By killing everyone else who's trying to survive out here. 10 towners, you don't see them turning on one another.
Actually,
Apart-
we've seen
apart
loads of
from
that.
Casting them out into the snow.
A gang of people known as the Family, organizing crime and killing people. You know,
Cultists up
as
in
far
one
as
of the
I'm aware,
cares.
those
no-
are
no
outsiders.
turning. No, they were 10 toners.
And then you've got
Every civilization has its bad actors.
Exactly.
Not to
Exactly.
say that we are.
They
but
are
as far as
so-
I'm aware, there aren't any good actors amongst the goblins.
I mean, one has come willingly into the middle of hostile territory to try to negotiate peace, and their leadership wanted to negotiate peace but has remained behind because, well, they didn't want to send their leader because, you know, feared for their leader's life.
Think of it
The
this
way
way.
I see it, it's.
Think of it this
I
way.
think
Look at Tourmaline. They've learned to coexist with the kobolds, and they are now thriving more in terms of their mining habits. We've had talks with the goblins that if they instead become security detail for the caravans, there's less likely for raids from other tribes, and that is how they will earn their rations and what they have asked for.
the way
Is-
I see it, this isn't much of a negotiation. More like you're forcing my hand. Obviously, I can't let Ashanti die. That would be foolish. So, just tell me your demands so we can get this over with.
They want
Yeah.
Dugan's Hall. They're going to protect it themselves, apart from one thing that they've requested, which is the making of a ballista.
Yeah, or at least the materials for making one, and then they'll make themselves. They purely on the promise that it'll be used defensively in case they are attacked.
And then just like any other town,
What's stopping them? What's stopping them from just strapping that to another wagon and have it led by 2 polar bears? Now they've got a mounted.
Well, we didn't
Basically
see any.
artillery platform.
We didn't see any polar bears there, and what's to stop the Caer Conic and Caer Dinevel doing the same?
marching upon Dugan's Hall. They just want assurance that they'll be protected, and they will do the work of the 10 towns just as much as the 10 towns help them.
Okay, roll a persuasion check for me, Barry. And you can roll advantage as you have
Yeah.
seemingly a lot of help from Skrapp.
I will pack that just because. For a 21.
Okay. Well, we do have existing ballistas in Caer Dinevel. I suppose we've probably got the blueprints for them somewhere. Though, I don't know what you're really going to be using a ballista for.
Wall
Most of the
protection.
dangers are out there in the wilderness.
exactly. So if any of those comes their way, like in Dugan's Hall, we did have to deal with sentient is that awakened winter wolves. They'll be able to deal with those, no problem with a ballista.
Fine. And anything else?
I
Should
think they.
we give them our firstborn?
Only if you want to.
I
But
mean,
a straight request.
yeah. I mean, at this point, they just want to be treated as another one of the 10 towns and make their own way, but as part of the collective of the 10 towns.
Very well. Well, it will remain to be seen what they are capable of.
Yeah.
But for now, suppose we'll have to look past the script and past grievances.
Yeah.
Dugan's Hall is yours. And she effectively signs this writ as it's all like documented, officially sealed with Bryn Shander's emblem, the little corn with the antlers, and Sheriff Southwell gets it all like sealed up, enveloped, etc., and a copy given to Manifect. All right, we're taking this back to your people now. Are you returning to Garkalok as well?
Yes, we need to pick up Ashanti, and then we'll probably be heading to deal with the Knoll problem at the Cackling Caverns or something like that. I think that's what it was called. Someone said.
Yes, as it's been dubbed, the Cackling Chasm. The gnolls there are vicious, savage creatures. They've been capturing and eating their prisoners.
Maybe we can negotiate with the Knolls and give them a town.
We don't have a town to spare now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless they bunk with the goblins.
We can bunk with the goblins. Make a new town. The 11 towns.
To be honest,
Oh,
I
just-
don't know much about Knolls.
Or just one whole town. I mean, Dugan's Hall's
You don't-
big enough. It was just very empty of people.
Well, all you need to know is that their heads fetch a price. And he hands you basically a bounty slip, which, if I recall, let's have a look. Nope, it's not there. I'll find it, but it's basically for every Knoll head you return, you'll be getting a payment for it.
That sounds right up your alley, 607. But
Actually,
also, wasn't there meant to be a reward for dealing with the goblin problem? We sort
Think
of
it was
have.
Reward?
I think it was like 50 gold. Nothing major.
There was
At this
no
point.
reward, no. The reward was the caravans can resume trade.
yeah,
That
it's another
10
thing we do
towns
for
to be
free for
of
them.
the-
I mean,
Well,
I
it's
Another
suppose.
problem that we've
sounds to
solved
me-
for you out of the goodness of our hearts.
Devessa
You're
speaks
welcome.
up and says, if anything, you've made it more of a problem. Now we have more mouths to feed. Ones that previously murdered our own.
But fewer raiders
So-
in your caravans.
Means,
Think that's a net gain?
yeah, you won't lose rations and items and resources
Or people?
anymore.
Hmm. And their leader's quite smart. You might be able to get something else out of it from that, like maybe trading with like ideas and things. Honestly, they're almost as smart as me.
I pray to the Morning Lord we'll get something out of this. Unless there's anything else.
Nope.
Very
We'll be on
good.
our way.
All right. Southwell, if you'd like to see them out. And she goes back to her own business, and Sheriff Southwell takes you to the entrance and says, "All right, well, good luck on your return travels. And if you run into any trouble, let me know again. Send another messenger.
Yep,
We'll be
will do.
all right. Farewell, trackers."
Right, let's go get our half-orc. You good with heading back straight away, man? Effect? Anything you want to do whilst we're here? I mean, we're on a deadline, I guess, so...
Well, didn't we travel all day down here? I think it's time for a little sleep. A little rest,
Yeah.
perhaps?
That's probably a good
Let's head-
idea.
Plus, I want a little taster of the good life. See what it's in store for the rest of my kin.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe bring back a few sweet rolls for the journey. Yes, souvenirs.
They do sweet rolls here.
You have gold to pay for it? They don't even give free food to us.
I have bone trinkets, carved arrow tips, and maybe I can offer some shamanistic healing.
Ooh.
I mean, you might be able to do some trade. I mean, there's shops here that might buy the trinkets if they're give them to Barry here. They normally get a good price.
And
That's
I know
true.
how to do acupuncture.
Well, that's
So-
that's a trade you could provide if anyone ever visits Dugan's Hole.
Yes, then you can stick needles in them, and there will be Dugan's holes.
That's the shop name.
All right, and on that, we'll say you head to the North Look. Let's go there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Do I need to
Nice
sell
town.
bone trinkets for them?
No.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
so,
You
here.
grab yourself some. Nice.
So,
Yeah, his body's cooking.
Ma-
On the fire.
Man Effect. Not saying that we will, but if we did come to good terms with the gnolls, how are the goblins with gnolls?
There's no allegiance between the goblins and gnolls.
But
We're just as much prey to them as you are.
oh, well, I was gonna say, like, would you guys be open to it if?
You know, gnolls are like cannibals, and they eat us. They eat you. They eat me.
I have no clue about them other than the fact that they like to laugh and their name.
That's hyenas, not gnolls. But
Okay,
I mean,
then I don't know that
they
about them
share some
either.
traits. They're
just-
feral. They attack everyone. They slaughter their victims and devour their flesh. I mean,
Well,
Yeah,
people
but-
what
said
do you
the
want
same
to
thing about goblins.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone thought the same about
Not-
goblins.
It's not necessarily the case. We might come to talk to them and see that they're wanting the same thing, wanting peace and wanting a safe place of their own to live. Isn't that
I mean,
what everybody wants?
to be fair, or wasn't it Tully that told us about these? And so far they've been pretty much like, don't kill things, and these they wanted us to kill. So
Oh, was this a telequest?
I swear
have a
that's where we first heard it from.
so Tali told you about their friend, a famed legendary fisherman, who said that their
Oh yeah.
magical fishing hook got effectively stolen and taken by them, and their friend hasn't been seen since.
Enchanted fishing rod.
Yeah.
Hook.
Who knows? It might get you your fish that you're after.
Yeah, maybe. Well, either way, we'll
Oh yeah, no,
deal
it is a
with them, I
magic
guess.
fishing pole. Yeah.
If they're not
Um.
if they're not going to be friendly like you guys managed to be, then we have the 6 or 7 plan. And we're quite fond of
Sure do.
the 6 or 7 plan now and then.
Are you?
Now and then.
Hmm.
Towards the right
Yeah.
enemies.
Well,
But
we'll
are
see how
we
that
are we
works out.
are we agreeing that we'll give them a chance, everybody? That we're going
mean-
to try to negotiate first, and then if it goes sour, then we can try to take them out the other way.
I mean, if we want to try to go that method, sure. But
Mm.
I mean, again, I don't know a lot about gnolls, so
Well,
yeah, if there was a library here, I'd go read up on them. But
see where we get to anyway. Looking by the looks of our path, we might come across that ship that you keep getting pulled to, Hulla.
I would like to
First.
find out what's going on with that ship. Yeah. It's not a priority, but
Oh.
sooner rather than later, I
We'll,
guess. Maybe it is a priority.
yeah. Well,
it's on the way
okay.
once we've gone to Carclock, so
it'll be the next on the
This-
list, and we'll think over what to do with the gnolls along the way.
yeah.
So the bounty that you've got, like this parchment, it's actually issued by Trovus from Caer Konig, and it says that he considers the gnolls to be a clear and present danger to his town. He knows that a group of these savage predators have taken refuge in the Cackling Chasm and offers you guys 10 gold pieces for each gnoll head that you bring back.
Holy crap!
So
It's like 2 days worth of
you go.
rations.
for two gnolls, yeah, I guess. Well, yeah, it depends how many you kill, right? So
Also, we get an enchanted
Yeah.
fishing rod if we get it. So
that's it. Okay, then in that case, you guys can begin to bed down for the night. You can start to complete a long rest. If there's anything you want to do during the long rest, let me know. Otherwise, we can
Yeah.
swiftly go over to the next day. Although, Hulla probably... I don't remember. What was your last saving throw?
My last saving
On
throw
the
was
old-
nat 20, remember? So I don't have to roll this time.
That's right. That's what I was
Yep.
double checking. Cool.
Yes. I wrote it down just because I knew I would forget.
Just trinkets for me, fixing trinkets.
Okay.
and
And my foundry
Everyone-
is stuck, so I will roll when I can.
yeah, and
Oh,
everyone,
God.
don't forget to put your 10 temporary hit points on at the beginning of the day.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Just the long
so
rest
useful.
resets
Hulla
them.
does have some. Hulla does have some hypothermia. I just realized they took some hits. Oh
Yeah.
god, no! It was the cold, wasn't it? I just remember the freezing cold really got to you. So you
Mhm.
can reduce that down to 2. I'll click long rest for you.
Okay, thank you.
So you're back down to 2. If you can get that down to 1, you can even just get rid of it with a lesser restoration or something. But
So
I'll let you prepare your spells if you need. What was that, Barry? You wanted to do your
yeah, just
good stuff?
trinkets.
Yeah,
How
just give me
many
a
would I
couple.
be able to do in a night?
Well, you've only just got back, and I think it was long travel. So, yeah, you went there, took a long rest, back there, like 4 hours. So you've actually got plenty of time. How many have you got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go.
All right, let's start with 3 then. Just give me
And
3 quick
Can Skrapp
rolls.
help? If like advantage?
Yeah, if you'd like
Yeah.
Scrap's help, maybe they can use
Yeah.
Tinker Tools.
Yeah.
Is that
Alright,
advantage then?
Yeah, please roll 3 like Tinker checks with your tools.
Oh, that
at
was terrible.
advantage. That wasn't too great.
No.
That one's going to take some more work. You haven't like broken it or anything, but that one's going to take some more work. 16, that one's a success. Yeah, you're pretty happy with fixing that one up. And then we got a 17, and yeah, that one's looking fine and dandy in a sellable state at this point.
So, one of 2 Scrimshaw figures is fixed. And a Walrus figurine is fixed.
Oh hell yeah! Is that the big love walrus?
Yeah.
A big love. Oh nice. That'll sell for a pretty penny. It's a popular walrus figurine, like a collector's item. You probably get some, like at least 20 gold for that.
The blue eyes, white walrus.
Amazing.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay up, just reading my sticking things in boiling water book and making some notes and writing some things down, and just making sure that I'm the last one to bed after everybody,
Yeah.
including Manifek, has gone to bed. I don't really trust
Yeah.
them, so I'll just make sure I'm the last one up.
Very likely Manifek has their own smaller room downstairs. There's those other smaller ones.
Oh, no
But,
way.
yeah,
Ashanti's
you-
here with us.
Oh wait, what the heck? Just no, it's just an Ashanti like body pillow. Anyway, there we go. So you see Bits is cozied up on the sofa and fallen asleep. But oh wait, is Bits in? Is Bits in Carclog as well? Or... I don't think they are they?
I think Bits came back with us.
Yeah.
I don't think
perfect.
Ashanti would have wanted Bits to stay.
No. Okay. Then. Especially with hungry goblins. Okay. So yeah, it looks like everyone finally finds some sleep. And yeah, Hulla, you're able to kind of stave off the mind warping magic of that psionic crystal. It sounds distant, but it's drawing you back every now and again. But you've kind of been able to compartmentalize that sound and keep it at bay. All right, which means, oh yeah, Barry, you need. Oh, you've done a long rest as well, yeah. Everyone's done a long rest. Make sure after that you give yourselves 10 temporary hit points.
Yeah, I've done that.
Come the new day, you will also receive the benefits of the blessing of the Morning Lord. Lathander's light shine upon you. So yeah, it's as you're like bathing the artifact in the light Skrapp, trying to get the thing to charge. You notice that there is a letter on the table that wasn't there previously. After you finished like clearing up all your tools and such, and
Yeah.
and I'm sure as Barry and Hulla are also waking up, they too kind of come into the common room, kind of rubbing their bleary eyes, and they also notice it as well.
Skrapp will pick up the letter and have a look at it.
It says on the front, it says to the Icewind Trekkers.
Okay, I will open said letter.
Wait, can we check her traps first? Just
On the letter?
don't know who
Sure,
it's
I'll
from.
check the letter for traps.
Okay.
I don't know,
Give me
exploding
an-
things or poison.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, you could put a rune on a letter and have it explode. Yeah, give me an investigation check. Doesn't look to be wet with poison, and you don't see any kind of like magical runes carved onto the front.
It
But you, with a
seems
20, you actually
safe.
do perhaps recognize their writing,
Yep. Anyway,
and that becomes pretty evident who it's from as soon as you open up the letter and begin reading.
right.
And here, I will place it. Tell me if you can see this, everyone.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, if you would like to read it aloud as well.
To whom it may concern, I have work to do. There are ants up here, and I'm not going to get to the bottom of what I need to know if I keep solving the problems that 10 Towners for them. They don't deserve it anyway, and the druids are right. Let them die. Sister Shona is trying to get her foothold in the Nile. I cannot let that happen. I have work to do, and it's better that I do it alone. While this group and I are rarely on the same page, some of you have endeared yourself to me. Here's a ranking of how much I like you from best to worst. 1, Bits. 2, Ashanti. While none of you can deny the effectiveness of my methods, I expect you'll come to agreements easier about my impressive ideas and determination. Wonder if you will have what it takes to do what is necessary when the time comes. I've left some coin, this to keep bits fed and not to be used for anything else. Regards, 0607. R0607 specifically.
Wait, does that mean he's gone? I go into his room.
Apparently so.
He's not there. When you go to look for him, doesn't seem to be any trace, nor his gear.
I go to the landlord and ask what time 607 left in the morning.
Well, they say, I'm sorry there, miss, I'm not sure I saw them exit myself. They might have snuck out, perhaps, but I didn't honestly see the time or... Apologies, you're supposed to normally sign out in the guest book, but, well, I'll double check. Yes, yes, there is a signature here. He must have... Must have been asleep for that one.
Alright, in the letter, did he say where he was going? I wasn't... Sorry, the red letter was read a little bit quickly. North.
My guess is Revel's End.
Oh, jeez.
So we gotta go get Ashanti.
In case you need it.
But he's just gonna go on his own? I don't understand. Why would he?
Because he doesn't like the way we he doesn't like the way we do things and doesn't think we like the way he does things.
Yeah. Kind of just,
I mean...
each to their own, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, we would have had a much better chance with the goblins if it hadn't been for him getting back on his word there.
Right, but he's been with us since the beginning. He's you know, part of our crew. He's part of the trekkers.
And apparently he feels he needs to trek alone. I mean, he doesn't think helping the towns is worth it, and that's kind of what you guys have mostly been doing.
I mean, yeah, the whole aim of what we're doing is to help the 10 towns by ending the winter. They don't seem to want to do that. They just want to do what their own personal goal is, whatever it was. They never told us anything more than needing to go see a person in Revel's End, but also not wanting to along the way. Seemed a bit confusing.
Yeah. So,
But as for being an Icewind Trekker, it doesn't really seem much like they wanted to be one. Going off the letter, they liked Bits and Ashanti. That was it.
Well, I know they didn't like the rest of us much, but all the
I'm
same.
surprised you weren't on the list at least, Barry. Like, I thought you two had like a bit of a connection.
I think it was.
To see that in the dark.
I think it was a slight mutual respect and nothing more. I mean, we did try and kill each other, so.
True. Well, I wasn't there, but I've heard, you know. Well, I guess, I'll start working on, my next project, as I don't need to keep the magic infused in his goggles of night anymore if he's not about. Anyone else want to be able to see in the dark?
God, he gets like halfway into the tundra and suddenly we just stop looking.
Yeah, they're like, I can't see. I'm behind. Yeah, no, they got their own globe. I'm sure they'll light their way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Okay.
head back to Karkalok then, I guess, unless we want to try to follow 607, but we don't know when they left. We don't know what route they'll be taking.
They'll probably be heading up to Revel's End, my guess.
Yeah, but are they gonna head a direct route? Are they gonna follow the towns round? And if they've got a head start on us, like, we're not gonna catch up.
Yeah, I
Yes,
don't think
that'd
we
be
have
an
the
act.
time.
No.
We've got 2 more days to get back to Karklog.
Yeah.
I don't think we.
Yeah,
I don't
you
think we
were
have
put on a
time to
very
head to.
strict time.
I don't think we have the
If
time to go
Manifek
to
doesn't
Tyros.
return. Yeah, you're right.
Alright,
Let's
let's head
not
back
lose.
then.
Yeah, let's not
Okay.
lose 2 of our members on top of the one we've already lost.
Yeah.
Well, with 2 we've lost now.
Yeah. I mean, how? Yep. Sick. Skrapp will fold up the letter, pull it back in the envelope, and take it with them because we need to show Ashanti it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not going to be a pleasant conversation.
Auntie's gonna want to go after him.
Yeah.
You might have a little setback in the morning. It is the worst possible weather you have ever seen outside. Almost as if this is a bad portent of things to come. Traveling in this is almost impossible. It is a sleet storm, and it is pelting down, smashing the tiles upon the roof. You step outside for
Yeah.
a brief moment, and you feel the razor-sharp ice slicing through you before stepping probably right back in.
Right. Let's see if we can work out how long that's gonna last, judging by the weather, I guess.
Yeah, anyone can roll a survival check.
Yeah,
Who
Scrap
wants
will
to?
give it a go
But,
unless... Yeah.
not
Give it a
that
go.
it's really you
Yeah,
have no
Scrap doesn't
idea.
know.
But I'll fast track this because you're not going to be moving anywhere in this weather anytime soon. It's
Yeah.
like I
The
say,
last time we
it's an
did it almost
impossible
killed the
task.
axe beaks.
Exactly, yeah. So you have to just pray and hope that it doesn't last like the entire day. And thankfully, it is only a short 2-hour storm, and it quickly resides back to it'll probably be back to a blizzard, right? No, sorry, not a blizzard, a heavy snow, unless you get really unlucky. You got unlucky. God damn it! Now it's a blizzard. Jeez. Well,
Now
it's up to you guys.
we've travelled
You
through
did.
those.
You have, but when you were traveling last time, it did seem to bring Hulla down a few levels of exhaustion, which was pretty bad. You can give me a new survival check for this one, though.
I'll try.
God, I can't believe you got unlucky. That was so bad.
Oh
Nope,
no.
you have
Scrap
no
doesn't
idea
know
how long
much
this
about the
blizzard will
weather.
last.
Scrap sort of is trying to tap with the summer star, seeing if they can get it working to try to change the weather. It's like, even just a little less snow would be nice.
It has not fully charged back yet. You do see there is like a slight spin to the rings, and it ever so slightly glows, but nothing to the same intensity as it did before.
Alright, I can't send out... Well, I suppose...
You can travel in this, it's just you risk levels of exhaustion on the journey.
It's gonna be tough, but do we think we can push through this, guys?
I'd rather not risk it. I'm still not feeling okay, and
Yeah.
Ashanti's safe where she is.
Yeah,
Well,
one
as
more
long as we
day.
get Manifect back.
Yeah.
We'll try to wait out the blizzard, I guess.
One more day isn't going to
Alright.
harm us.
We're in a safe place right now, and so is she. There's no point in risking anything, making things worse.
If the weather clears up enough, I'll send Steve ahead with the... If you're okay with that, Manifect, I'll send Steve ahead with a letter from yourself to, let the goblins know that we might be slightly delayed.
Most flying creatures cannot in a blizzard.
Yeah,
sorry
not
to say.
in the blizzard, but if the weather clears up beyond that, because obviously we're not going to be able to get there as quickly if we wait out the blizzard.
Sure. Okay. Manifect says, fine. If it clears up and it's better.
Yeah.
Curse this weather.
Yeah, the weather is
in the
not our
meantime,
friend.
Barry, you might as well do the rest of those trinkets. So
Yeah.
Scrap will help.
Go ahead,
Scrap's
give
got
me
nothing
3 more.
better to do.
And if you
Um,
would like, whilst you're here, you can also sell them.
That's true.
Get some extra gold in your pockets.
Should we?
Speaking of gold, I will quickly mention there was a small pouch of money that was 150 gold for bits. So
The
if we add that to a Ashanti sheet, that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're just
Okay.
yeah, bits is covered for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Should we try and just get this done? If it's
Yeah.
all right with you, Hulla, could I have your guidance as
I
well?
can yeah, are you sure you need it with Scrap there?
Well,
But
I
yeah,
did.
you have.
Yeah, I did
Oh.
fill one from last time.
Okay. If someone can roll a 1d4 for me, then it's yours.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's a pretty good one.
Okay. Yeah, that one's nice.
That's
22.
one,
Awesome. Completely
Uh,
restored.
and then Scrimshaw cameo of Murfort.
Basically, if you're getting 20 or above, it's going to be worth more gold. Like that one as well. Then, and if it's just a 15 or higher, it's like worth something, right? But not as much. And then if you get like a 10 to 15, it's just going to take longer.
Right,
But it doesn't break it or anything.
Right, I'll write next to them then whether they're good or great. Great being 20 or
Well,
above.
we're going to sell them right now. So,
Okay.
yeah. So if you also just give me one persuasion check to try and sell these around Bryn Shander. There's plenty of stores. We're going to
Okay.
just quickly... so
one
that you
last
go
one.
door to...
Bauble
Oh, yeah.
trinket.
Yep. Oof.
Ooh.
Okay, that one actually
Guidance?
breaks. Oh, guidance. Okay, so it doesn't break. Doesn't break, but nor do you get anything done with this. You nearly drop it at one point, probably, and you're like,
I mean, that
maybe
was a
put this-"
bauble.
Yeah, it's very delicate, and
Yeah.
so you're gonna have to try again later. But now, though, it looks like you've got 2 good ones, 3 great ones.
Yeah. I have.
Sorry, is that it?
Yeah. That's no longer
Great.
damaged.
1, 2, and then the one last night.
Right. So I have
There's
one
the-
great Scrimshaw figure, one good,
Okay.
a walrus figure that was good,
Mm-hmm.
the Scrimshaw cameo of the Merfolk was great, and that's it.
Okay.
So 4 items.
Okay. Didn't you just get a 22 and a 21
Oh wait,
for those?
I don't know. I've miscounted.
I
at this
thought you
point.
have. I think you have at least 3 greater ones, because you had one above 20 last night, and you just rolled 2 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
The
Persuasion.
bauble will go back in the bag. for
Yeah.
now.
Guidance on this one.
Yeah, you can. You can go door to door, start selling all these Scrimshaw
Who-
figurines.
By chance, do I sell any of them to a dwarf?
There's dwarves here and there, but
Is-
not as many as you
Because he has
would.
advantage.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Not okay. Maybe 1 or 2, but it's not going to affect the whole roll.
Roll for race.
Just one of them. I'll say this. Why don't you roll 2 separate ones? So, oof. Okay. God. Why is no one wanting to buy these? It's a shocker.
Man.
Roll for the dwarf though.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
a
12.
12. 1 sec. I'll add my
Okay.
pact onto that. Let's make this work for me.
Oh,
That's a
wow.
16 on the first
Okay.
one.
Yeah. A bit of Fey glamour does start to sell it a little bit more, and I'll say you can definitely get 30, 40 gold for 3 of them, and that leaves you with 2 greater ones. And I'm gonna the best ones you could save for the dwarf if you want. Up
Yeah.
to you. But they'll give you 20 for the greater, and like they'll give you 10 for the normal ones. Or you can sell they'll only buy like 3 of them though.
Do I need to roll for the greater ones then?
Yeah, you can roll with advantage if you speak to the dwarf.
Okay.
Well, nat 20, they'll buy it all. So, overall, if I count it up, it's 50, 60, 70, 90 gold in total.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I mean, you're all nat 20. So,
I-
I'm going to say you can sell all of these for 90 gold.
I'll split it 3 ways because Skrapp and Hulla helped me.
Okay,
Okay.
so
So
how
for-
much?
30 each.
Well, you did
Oh.
most of the work. It's only fair that you keep most of the money.
I
Or just-
don't mind.
Giving
Uh,
you an encouraging
It's
pat
no,
on the back every once in a while.
it's no different than if I was paying employees. Oh.
Skrapp just shrugs.
Okay.
I'll invest it wisely into stuff.
We
There
each
you
get 30.
Wow.
It's done.
Okay.
And the dwarf is overjoyed. Obviously, the nat 20 was because of big love. Like, oh, this is big love. I've been looking for this. This is completing my collection. I'll give you a 25 smackaroos for that one. And yeah, so he's happy, and you get some great job satisfaction on top of that. Nice.
Yeah.
Now,
We were so
after
keen
that,
to sell
7
them, we
hours.
went door to door in a blizzard.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could we do in the day? Drink?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay, let's get out of this blizzard. I swear to God, if I roll a 12,
An 8.
okay, you're good. It's just going to be heavy snow. So, but
Right.
you can travel in this. It's only DC 15 out in the wilderness. But if I think right, I'm pretty sure all of you have at least 15 frost
Yeah.
protection gear. So we can basically say that you get there no problems. All right. So back to Karkalog. Where is the map? Hoping it's this one. Okay. So on your return journey, as you're going around that bend once again, tracking your way through the heavy snow, you see that rickety watchtower just coming into view. There are no more in this image. You can see the spikes on the heads. There's no more of those. They seem to all be gone. Just there's probably still a few spikes and stakes here and there, but there's no heads.
I wonder if they took it down just for us. Seems. I thought that was sort
Oh.
of part of their decor.
Or maybe they're taking it as part of packing up to ship it out.
Oh, that's grim.
Oh, that's what our name should have been for this. Packing up and shipping out.
That's actually a
'Cause that-
perfect episode name. Now
Yeah,
you said it.
that's
God
a
damn it.
twofold.
Well, we can rename it on the YouTube. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, yeah.
Guys, you're back. Oh my God, you're back. I am so glad to see you. Oh wait,
Yeah.
hang on. Okay, hang on. I have to introduce you to all my new friends.
Before you do Ashanti, you might
Yeah.
want to look at this letter.
Yeah, 607's dead.
Uh-oh.
No, he's well, maybe, but they've left.
Nah.
Oh, let me hang on. The kids are not gonna give up this easily. Okay, I'll look at that in just a minute. He's not dead, is he?
They left.
Not as far as we know.
Okay, all right. This is Mogi. And the kids have been teaching me all of these really fun games. Mogi is so good at the ground is lava hopscotch. And this was my favorite game because I got to be dead a lot. So I actually was able to sneak in a nap or two when we were playing the Ground is Lava hopscotch. And Crag here, Crag likes to play Boulder Dash. We played a version of it when I was growing up called Dodgeball, but apparently goblins play it with real rocks, and I have a lot of bruises, but I will say this: it definitely makes you move faster when there's real pain involved. And Snicka, she is so good at stick axe beat jousting. If you play stick axe beat jousting with them, then you have to raise your knees really, really high. I don't know why, but you can't just run. You have to raise your knees really high, and then you take your stick and you try to spear things off of other things, and that's what led us to, I introduced them to a game I'm sure you've all played called Heads in Holes. This is where we speared a head off of the poles, and then whoever could bury their head the fastest won the game. And Throg actually speared the most heads off poles and got them buried really fast. So I'm sure you've all played that before and will admire the fact that Throg was able to bury his head so incredibly quickly. And those are the kids. So, Manifect,
So
thank you
you've
so
been
much
having a
for...
great time. Huh?
Yes, Manifect,
Yeah.
thank you for letting me take care of your children while you were out. And then I will quietly go over and get the letter and just walk into a corner and say, kids, I have to read something and it hurts my head to read. So y'all go play with Manifect for a minute and I'll see you a little later.
Yeah. We would have
Well,
headed
as
after
Ashanti
them,
walks
but
away.
when we woke up, there was a sleet storm, so we couldn't.
As Ashanti walks away, you see Manifect say, "Well, it's a good job we didn't come back. You didn't come back in with the intent of slaughtering everyone, because it seems Ashanti really made friends with all the goblins, knowing them all by name."
Yes, we were here
But
to
yes.
make friends. That was the plan. You know? Hey, Kalos.
But, good news, everyone! And she gathers the goblins, she breaks the news and has it all in writing. And some of them are like, "What's that pretty piece of paper mean?" It's like, well, that means we're going to have food, warmth, and a shelter. One that's not gonna blow down in a soft breeze. We're moving to Dugan's Hall. And there's a little kind of cheer from everyone. And one person's like, "What about the ballista?" It's like, "Yeah, we're getting that too, don't worry." Like, yeah, woo! They really love their ballistas.
They really do. You would get on well with the
They're
dwarves.
great. And one of the kids is like, I want to be first to be fired out of the ballista. And they're like, "Wait, no, you will have to get on the list. There's a queue, you know." No, Manifect doesn't seem to take this as a joke. She actually thinks
Skrapp
this
just
is
sort
like
of
an amusement
considers
park.
this for a moment and is just like, that actually sounds kind of fun.
Well,
Yeah, I
they've
can.
been inventing all kinds of games.
I
Maybe
kind of
if
like the idea
like,
of that.
yeah, maybe if I made some like metal wings, I might be able to glide using the acceleration from the ballista. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, I was thinking more like into snow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, it could be like bowling. You set up like a bunch of snowmen and you've got to try to like launch the ballista goblin into it to knock as many snowmen down as possible.
But snowmen are compact. That would be very red snowmen afterwards.
You wear a helmet.
Oh, okay.
Duh. So anyway, Ashanti, whilst they've had that conversation, you've probably just about finished reading this letter, and Bits has also kind of wandered into this little side hut with you and has rested their head on your lap, kind of as you're reading the sad news.
Ashanti is crying quietly. Tears are coming down her face, and she's like, "Oh, Bits, what are we gonna do? We can't let 607 face those dangers by himself, and yet Hulla seems to need us to go find that ship, and if we don't kill the gnolls are gonna continue eating people. And I'll never get to tell him he was my best friend. Besides you. You, of course, you're my best friend. But I'll never get
That's
to tell 607. What if he dies and we just never know? So I'm just gonna sit there for a few more minutes, kind of worrying about 607 and worrying that there's too many things to do, and I'm going to have to let him go for a few minutes, and I'm feeling very torn about that. We have to deal with the thing in the mountains, and we have to get rid of these gnolls that are killing people.
It seems to let out a little soft whine as you keep repeating their name. But they sense a look of determination on your face, and they start wagging their tail again. But after a while, you see you've also been looking after the goats during this whole time as well, and they've probably been keeping you company as well. They gather around for a big soft group hug.
Aww. Hey, I don't have food. Stop headbutting me. I don't have food. Okay, all right, guys. Let's go find everybody else. Let's get out of here.
You probably say you don't have food, but Bits has like a little extra pouch that they're probably carrying of rations. 150 gold's worth, maybe. They probably didn't spend it all in one, but I imagine they've got like an extra supply of them, like a feed bag or something. But yeah, that's what they're probably trying to get at.
Okay, I'm gonna tuck the letter into my backpack before I leave, very carefully. I'm gonna put the letter with my piece of Dritz cape. So I'm gonna make sure that they're together and they're safe and at the bottom of my pack, and wrapped in a little bit of oilcloths to keep them dry and perfectly preserved.
Yeah, perfect place for it. Okay. You come back outside to see the rest of your party kind of huddled around the fire in the small arrangement of huts. Spelix on one side and Manifek on the other. Guys,
what happened? I mean, are we packing up the goblins and moving? Are we preparing for an invasion of 10 towners? What happened?
The 10 towns have agreed, under some protest, but to let the goblins have Dugan's Hole and ship the necessary stuff there, so they're going to start packing up and shipping out there. But other
Are we
than that,
escorting them?
I think we've got other things to be doing, as much as...
We didn't mention anything about escorting them, just that they're on their way to Dugan's Hole.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to take a bit of time to pack up all the walls and stuff that they want to take with them.
Okay, well, did y'all get any rations?
Yeah, yeah, there's 50 gold's worth on the sled.
Okay, Okay, I will prepare a dinner tonight then, if y'all would like. Are we are we gonna head out first thing in the morning? And if so, what have we decided on?
Well,
We're gonna go out to deal with the gnolls, and I think we're gonna try and we'll try and negotiate as best we can, see if they'll be willing to talk. I don't know if they
Yeah,
will, to be honest. But
I
it might
I
be worth
hope they
trying.
don't. I could use a really good fight right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah,
I could
I mean,
but
I hope.
definitely stand to hit something until it stops moving.
I think the ship's on the way though, so we should probably check that out first.
Is
Fair
the ship
enough.
on the way to the gnolls?
Yeah.
I'd like to know what's going on there.
If you like
Since I
to
Okay.
look at the map, I can show you. Yeah, it's
It's this sort of black dot here, isn't it?
so here you are. You probably come out of Karkalok, and yes, it is that black dot. You're probably gonna come out of Karkalok. You don't want to scale the mountains, then look for a resurgence point here, or you could even follow the river up. But
Yeah, we'll
the
probably do
goblins
that.
also said that they were going to show you if you wanted them
Yeah.
to, you know, come with you. You kind of it was the idea floating around. The goblins would send a small band to help
Yeah.
you in whatever's there, and if so, they'd have a cut of the treasures you find.
Yep. I believe that was part of the plan.
Yep. All right then.
But
Well, did you want to talk to Spellix at all as well while you're here?
I mean, I did. I just
Okay.
I might do that telepathically via the aid of Hulla. Because
Right.
Because
Right, I
it's
can't help you there.
yeah, I might just yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah, I mean, did I borrow the talkie rock? I've used it before. Technically.
You can just if you would like to
Yeah.
go off somewhere privately, you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll wander
not a
off with
problem.
them.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go
you
talk
go and
knock.
Yes, talk.
Yeah.
I heard you're acquiring blueprints for the ballista, so let's talk blueprints.
Yes, definitely. I might I've actually got a few ideas for that myself, but and then once we're away,
Okay, yeah, you find the most secluded hut in the
yeah.
entire village. Finally. You have no idea how hard it is putting on a goblin voice.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not exactly sure
You're
what the-
alive.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah.
Actually, just
Last time I saw you, you were
Yeah.
unconscious. You took a really heavy fall.
Yeah, I lost my leg.
That was bad. That was really
Yeah.
bad. I tried to do my best to fix you up, but we needed to keep moving. There were
Yeah.
wolves and other dangers out there, and the things that escaped the ship, they were hunting us, and it was dreadful.
Do you know what was escaped the ship? What they looked like?
Big, horrible creatures, spiky mandibles and gnawing teeth, and many legs. Terrible.
That does not sound fun. But
No.
sounds like the
We ran
Ashanti
for the-
might get their wish to kill things.
Yeah, if they're still out there. But
Yeah.
whew, we made it out of that, and then it was like out of the frying pan and into the fire, or well, out of the snow into the blizzard. That's when the goblins found us and they attacked.
But you
Uh-huh.
managed to find a way to survive.
Well, yes, for the most part. We being like two of the smaller races, didn't really get well, I dragged you away behind a big old rock, you see, and waited for this to all go down, And afterwards, they started scavenging up pieces and dragging them back here. And I realized I had to do something to get them back. You were still in a state, so I patched together this goblin outfit you see, and
Yeah.
tried to go back to get the other prisoners. And I put you somewhere safe in a small little cave. I thought you'd be fine there. And well, when I returned, you were gone. I honestly thought you'd been eaten by a yeti. Sorry
No,
for abandoning you,
got-
but
I got found by some other kobolds and a wizard. And
other scavengers, eh?
yeah, quite a intelligent wizard. They're looking for like a city that fell from the sky. Actually, supposed to be oh, actually, I show them the summer star.
What wondrous piece of technology is this? Skrapp, you've outdone yourself.
Well, I can't take all the credit, though I suppose technically the finishing off of it I can take the credit for. But we went to this. I've sort of explained the whole thing, sort of what happened and everything, and it's like, yeah.
Wow.
So that was. Yeah, and we now seem to have the blessing of the Morning Lord somehow. Like, we wake up, like, feeling, like, extra vigorous and don't die quite as easily. But, yeah.
That's fantastic news. Well, I'm sure the blessings of God are one thing, but it seems our sharp wits and intellect have kept us both alive this whole time. You fell in with the
Definitely.
kobolds, I fell in with the goblins, and look,
Yep.
here we are.
Yeah, well, like I said, the small folk and the really big folk are the only ones I like, so, generally. So, the other Icewind Trekkers seem decent enough.
Oh, actually, while you're here, maybe you can have a look at my jaw. It's still
Oh, yeah.
malfunctioning.
Yeah, I can give that a go.
Yeah,
Oh.
give me a Tinker Tools check. It keeps grinding. My teeth are sore. Ah, that did the job. Tied up some bolts and there we go.
Yeah,
That
so
should hold up.
I've got one strange question for you, and then some more normal ones. Did you manage to communicate with me a few days ago via, well, seemingly via a rock that would normally just project, like, a thing I've done, but I had, like, what I thought was a dream, but I, like, had a conversation with you, and then, like, a door closed.
Oh, right. Yes, you got my message. Thank goodness. I was wondering if
Yeah.
it had fallen on deaf ears, but great.
Yeah.
Yes, it worked. I've been tinkering with all kinds of junk that we found from the crash site, and one of them seemed to be like a communication device, but only got it working for a while before the life sputtered out of it. And
Yeah.
well,
Unfortunately, the problem with this thing in this summer star, we got it working once, but it seems to have, like, quite a long recharge time. Otherwise, like, we wouldn't be dealing with the bad weather. But
he shows you the actual piece of equipment he was using, and it's kind of like a hodgepodge of like springs and bolts and nuts, but most notably in the kind of center socket there's a very similar fragment like crystal, similar to that of the psionic crystal.
oh, interesting. So Skrapp sort of looks at the thing. Is this meant to be like an amplification for the crystal, I wonder?
Well,
Intriguing.
it was some sort of piece of something bigger, I think, but after I
Yeah.
used it a few times, it cracked and broke.
Hulla's got a similar crystal, but it hasn't broken yet, but it seems to be trying to draw us back to the crash site. Why we've been trying to find out a bit more about it before we go, you know? Going smart rather than blind.
Wait, before you go, you want to go back there? We escaped from there once. Why would you want to go back?
Because I want more of the metal. Because I can see
Oh,
plans
no.
for it.
I know why you want to go back.
Hmm.
You want your blueprint, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Skrapp. I wish I had found it before we escaped, but there wasn't much time, and creatures
Yeah.
abound. I couldn't
I
search for
know.
it.
I know, but well, I've got a strong group of capable fighters. Unfortunately, the killing machine has decided to wander off, so have to make do with the rest. No, annoyingly, they also apparently have one of my runes carved into them. I'll have to work on a remote de-enchantment of that so that I can use it elsewise. But yeah, we need to head back there. I mean, Hulla's being basically dragged there by the crystal, and my leg seems to want to go back there.
That's the cleric, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hmm. They might prove useful in finding your blueprint if it's still there. Maybe like locate object or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. But, yeah.
Well,
The other thing I do have to ask about, considering you're going to be... Are you planning to go with the goblins, or are you going to try to, like, sneak away at night in the snow or something?
I'll be honest with you, Scrap. I have no interest in staying with the goblins, nor going back to that abominable crash site. I just want to go
Yeah.
home.
Yeah, me too. Me too, but... I can't go home without my blueprints. I've even come up with the final pieces that I think will be able to help me finish it off. But...
You have?
Yeah, I came up with, during a trial by Oral, I came up with, an idea for a way for the heat management to work properly.
That
yeah,
was one
which
of
was-
the recurring issues.
Yes.
Too much build-up,
Yeah,
not enough venting.
exactly.
Yeah.
But I've got a way to... I've come up with an idea for a way to not only be able to keep the heat in place but to keep it at a consistent level and put it out if it goes too far the wrong way.
So give me an insight check, Scrap.
Okay, insight.
Yeah.
Look at those. Another 19.
You can tell. You can tell that he is really on the wall about going. There's some clearly he wants to go home. He's already stated that, but
Yeah.
hearing your excitement about finding a blueprint, you can see it kind of fills him with a little bit of inspiration. And after all, you two worked on this blueprint for so long. It's as much his masterpiece as it is yours, and he's almost intrigued to see it finished. Like he doesn't want unfinished work, and he is a friend of yours.
Yeah.
So he might be convinced to come along if you want to, but otherwise
I mean,
he's going to try and avoid danger at all costs.
Skrapp wants Spellix to come along, if only to get them away from the goblins.
Right.
But the issue is getting them away from the goblins.
Yeah, the goblins won't let him go anywhere alone, probably.
Yeah.
In fact, even after this conversation is coming to an end, you actually hear kind of like little footsteps kind of approaching the hut and kind of walking around behind it, trying to get in and listen, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, so ballistas. Ballistas are great. I'll work on that.
Yes, you definitely need to work on the differential so that you can aim up and down, just not side to side. I thought that could be a big problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, my goblinkin. What can I help you with? They're like, the goats need milking. Oh, of course they do. So you return back to the group. All right, Manifex saying, all right, so When do you plan on leaving to? Are you planning on going straight to the Knolls, or do you want to deal with this crash site?
The crash site's closer, so we'll probably head there first unless anyone's got any objections.
Hmm.
And there might be dangers, Ashanti, so you might have some things that you get to hit.
That would be wonderful. That would make me so happy right now.
There are definitely
Right.
dangers everywhere here. We just don't know what type. I mean, at least with the Knolls, we know what we're getting into, but with this, it could be anything. Are you sure you're up for that?
I mean,
I mean,
I relayed the description that Spellix gave me.
hmm,
I mean, I
Okay.
need to go back there. There's things I need to find, and honestly, for efficiency's sake, as it's closer, it seems better to deal with that first. But if we want to go deal with the Knolls instead and then come back, I'm also okay with that. Whatever's preference, really.
Is anybody in a hurry to deal with the Knolls? Because I'm not.
Particularly.
So as long as we're all okay, then all right. Deal
No,
with
I
it.
just want to start moving tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been
Um,
quite late because it was 2 hours of sleep storm, 7 hours of blizzard, and then you probably traveled to get here
Yeah.
about 4 hours, right? So it's it's been a while. Your day's light is long gone.
Yeah, let's rest up and then we can go from there.
Okay. You want to
Okay,
rest here
well,
in the Goblin camp?
there's
Yeah.
no reason we can't. We'll take over the hut that I was sitting in earlier,
Mm-hmm. All right.
and I'll cook the dinner that I promised to cook earlier with the rations.
Yeah, I mean, how many, like, because obviously the goblins' numbers were thinned, how many are there? Because I imagine it's like a day or half a day's worth of rations per goblin that we would need to dish out.
Right. They've proliferated again. They spawned a lot more in that time. I'm joking.
In 2
But they
days?
that's they breed like rabbits. No.
They do have a short
there's
lifespan, so maybe.
there's probably at least a good like 35 of them. Right. So are
35
gonna hit them?
more? So there's 85
No, not
total?
God, no, not more. I mean, when you say you thinned them, you took out like what, 1, 2? You took out like 2 goblins
Well,
when you guys came in.
I took out 3, but then also there was like I don't know how many there were originally. Like we thought there were meant to be about 30, but then we thought there were more. So
Oh, there's lots more, yeah. You killed 8, and then those 2 or 3, but there's loads of them. There's like at least 4 times more than that. So the
like,
question is, how many goblins do you want to try and take with you?
As few as possible.
Agreed.
one Spellix.
Malefex
And-
says, Spellix? Spellix is our leader. We can't have him charging out into danger.
And in fact, you're the one that negotiated this deal with the 10 towns. You're the one that knows where Dugan's Hole is. You are perfectly capable of leading your people to Dugan's Hole. And then Spellix can join you later.
But
We'll take
it's
a few of your-
he's on the rota. He's on the rota to milk the goats today.
You know what? We can milk goats today. And then Spellix can take off with us. He needs to show us where the ship is. It's very, very important to my companions that they find the ship. And Spellix is the only one in your group who knows where it is. And you
On
are
the contrary, he's the only one who wouldn't know where it is. seeing as Spellix joined after the crash.
But
After we
Spellix,
found it.
but Spellix is the only one
Isn't that
here
right?
smart
Oh.
enough to help us be able to identify what we're looking for.
Right. Take
Oh,
the
and by
knowledge that
Spellix, I'm
he.
sure you mean Yarbnock.
Yes, Yarbnock.
Oh, that's right. He
Yeah,
rolled her
Spellix
eyes.
is the nickname that we came up with. It's to do with ballistas. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, so she's not kind of moved, but we'll say this. The only two people who've been talking and trying to get her to come are the ones with -2 charisma.
Yes.
So, who wants to roll persuasion check?
I'll give it a go. I might require some divine intervention for the.
You've
I
had
give
some
you a little bit of
real
divine
good
guidance.
rolls. Yeah, you've had really good rolls today.
Yay, go dice. No.
Ooh, no. I
Yeah,
guess
there's
it's not
no
gonna help on
point
that
in
one,
guidance. That's a 3. Fine, we won't take Yarbnock. Only because I like the sound of his name that I wanted to take him anyway. And because he's smart
Good.
and, you know, I don't meet many smart
Smart
people,
enough.
no offense.
Be able to translate the information into actionable items. So I need somebody who can take the knowledge that they've learned from the goblins who survived and then be able to follow a map and tell us exactly how to get there. I don't have time to waste wandering around the wilderness. We've got to do this. We've got to kill the gnolls. I mean, handle
That's
the
why I'm
gnolls.
sending my best outriders. Here they are. Each equipped with an
Fine.
armored wolf / warg, half-breed, and they'll be taking you to the crash site. They're the ones who first found it, in fact.
Oh, well, that's good. Speaking of wargs, what's happening with, the Snubsucks warg?
Oh, well, we're going to use that to carry all the
Ah,
lumber and things we need.
Yeah.
Like it's a pack mule at this point.
fair,
Yeah.
fair. And one last thing, as that giant metal man is of no use to you, can I take him? Because he doesn't work. And I might be able to get him working.
She
Otherwise,
looks
it's just
back at
dead
it
weight
a
for you,
moment.
right?
She looks back at you. Well, we were going to bring it along to Dugan's Hall and have it be our kind of, mascot sort of thing. But, do you have a way of transporting it?
I was gonna put it on one of the sleds.
I see. Well, do you know what it is?
It's a giant metal man, that's all I need to know.
All right. Oh, I remember you telling me, actually. Thank you,
Yeah.
Barry. I just recall. Yes, you need a control amulet.
Yes, well, I might be able to make one.
Matter of fact, it's
Make
not up
one.
to you. If you're not the leader, then Yarbnog gets to decide. Period. End of discussion. Either you're the leader and you get to make these decisions, or you're not the leader and you don't make these decisions. There's no,
Roll
you
an
can't have it
intimidation.
both way.
Yeah, roll an intimidation.
Okay.
And I really wish Ashanti could roll this with strength, just like flexing muscles or something.
Oh my god.
Dear
Yeah,
God
so
in heaven. And I
matter of
wasn't
fact,
trying to.
very swiftly reminds you as to why she's holding all the cards. And
Yeah.
he says, spelling, Yavnok, they sometimes have a hard time expressing themselves. Their words get all mixed up, don't they? And she, pats him on the head, and you hear this kind of dunk, dunk, like he's got a hard head.
Fine. If you're not gonna give
Couple
it
of the
to
other
me,
goblins look around. Huh?
you need some gold to start things off, don't you? Right? In your thing. I will give you 28 gold pieces for it.
28. It's got to be worth
Yeah.
more than that, surely.
I mean, if it doesn't
Yeah.
have a if it's just it doesn't have a control amulet, then
But
then
we can
it's of no
find the
use to-
control amulet, and then it is of use.
yeah, but do you know where the control amulet is?
No.
Then currently
Do
it's
you?
useless. No. But
Then
I'm
it's
smart.
it's
I might be
useless
able
to
to
you
make
too.
one. I might be able to make one.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're gonna shift it over to Dugan's Hole. It'll be closer then, anyway. So you can come by and we'll negotiate
Fine.
then when you have something that's actually going to be worthy. Maybe
Fine.
another
What,
ballista. Who knows?
what if, when I come there, I give you the jar that produces the mayonnaise? I did mention it as a thing that I might be able to do, but would that be a fitting trade?
Now you're big metal robot could protect us. And then
You've
another
got the
goblin kind of
ballistas for
sails
that.
up and they're like, yeah, exactly. You say that. And the other goblin's like, but matter of fact, mayonnaise. Like, yes, he does make a good point. All right, Skrapp, look. We'll take it to Dugan's Hole. If you can
Yep.
provide us with that thing, maybe we'll talk.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Well, we'll see you there if you're
Yep.
still alive after you go to this crash site.
Well, that's what your Goblin Outriders are there for, to be our bodyguards, right?
They're more of a hit and run kind of group. That's the only reason they're alive right now, is because they know when to give up a fight.
No, that's fair.
All right. Well,
Hmm.
good luck, everyone, and hopefully see you in Dugan's Hole for a bowl of mayonnaise and a warm fire. See you then.
Yep.
And she starts getting a pack mule. She's gonna like load up a load of stuff on her goat. Start getting it ready. You guys can complete another long rest. And at this point, Hulla, I need you to make another intelligence save. Although, I suppose the fact that you are going there and you've said this in your mind, like, you know you're going there. Like, you can't fool your own mental state. So, if you truly believe you are actually going there, like that's your destination, then the signal doesn't try to force you. You're basically already abiding by its, by its alert. So yeah, we don't have to worry about rolling actually, because you're going to where it's trying to tell you to go.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and it's the first
did
time
you-
it feels like your mind's in sync with it. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Did you roll a long rest for me when we were in Bridgehander? Or no?
Yes, I did. So
You did, okay.
yeah, you
So
went
then
from
I'm-
3 to 2,
Okay.
and now you're on 1.
No, I'm one. So
If you
I'm
don't
gonna
wanna
roll
have
less
that-
restoration to get rid of that.
Yeah, you can, and that will also cure your hypothermia.
Hooray.
So you just have to.
Oh, I have to manually unclick it.
Okay, there we go. Yeah,
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
perfect. And it's a new day, and I'm going to give you back 10 temporary hit points as well. Okay, cool. All right.
Cool.
So one last little check on the weather, and we'll set off. 7. Clear sky. Yeah, if you go down from heavy
Yeah.
snow, it goes into a clear sky.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Nice.
As part of the long rest, considering we don't have 607 with us anymore, and Skrapp is prudent if nothing else, I am going to remove the infusion goggles of night, because I can do that in a long rest, and I'm going to, if Barry would like it, enchant their spellcasting focus to be an enhanced arcane focus, giving them a +1 to attack rolls. If Barry would like that. I think you use an arcane focus, right?
Yeah, that would be great. So
yeah.
I get another +1, do you say, temporarily?
Yeah. Yeah, on yeah.
To attack rolls and damage. So it's basically like a Wand of the War Mage on top of
Yeah.
the one I've already got.
Is it? Yes. It's just to spell attack rolls. Sorry.
Just to
Eldritch
spell attack roll.
Blast,
Yeah.
Eldritch Blast, Witch Bolt, that kind of thing.
But it also will ignore half cover when you make a spell attack. But if you've already got a Wand of the War Mage, I guess you don't need it.
Yeah, I've already got that. It'd give me another +1, so I'd have a +2 altogether, but it's up to you.
If you're already casting through a magic item, I can't add a +1 to that. I can only do it to a non-magical thing.
I see.
And Hulla doesn't... Well, then again, Hulla uses Guiding Bolt, right?
I do
Yeah.
have Guiding Bolt. Would that help with that?
Yeah, I could put it onto you, and then you'd have a +1 on any spells that have attack rolls, basically, which would be Guiding Bolt. Would spiritual weapon attacks count for that?
Spell attack?
Yeah. Yeah, so I will, whatever you use as your arcane focus, I'm now making into an enhanced arcane focus.
Okay. So that would be my Cerberus necklace?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
I don't know how you want to do that.
How do I do that on my spell sheet?
So it's basically like a Wand of the War Mage, is what you said?
It's a +1 to attack rolls, and it avoids half cover.
Which is a Wand of the War Mage.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just going to add a Wand of the War Mage and then rename it.
Yeah.
What's it
Just
called?
rename it to an enhanced arcane focus.
Cool. Alrighty.
After all, if we're going into combat, I might as well buff one of our players for combat.
It's not attunement or anything like that.
That's actually a really good point. Let me double check that, because some infusions are and some aren't. I think that one might be one of the ones that is. Enhanced arcane focus. Yes, it is attunement.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's basically, it's an artificial Wand of the War Mage, basically.
It's exactly, yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
So... Alright. Let's double check this works. So this is spell attacks, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, so if I tune to this, equip it, and fire off an Eldritch Bolt.
Yeah, so there's the extra +1.
It is working, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cool, alright, there
Good
you
roll
go.
too. Jamey.
It's working. Good, enhanced arcane focus is in your equipment, and it's...
I see it, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Alright. Are we setting off on the frozen trail into the spine of the world?
Yes, I'm going to put bits in her spiky harness, because I don't know what those things are out there. But if they try to take bits, I want to make sure she's as protected as possible. They're going to get a mouthful of metal spikes if they try to take her.
Yeah.
Alright.
Sounds good. To the crash site.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Wow. Okay, I didn't expect that. Let's re-roll that. Why are they doing that? No, these... through these random encounters. They just don't make no sense. All right. So anyway, as you're going along through the mountainside, you probably do encounter a few sights, but you're kicking. You don't want to go through the mountains, right? You're gonna follow the red
Yeah.
run like a river.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So there are a few creatures that do come down to the river to drink, and of those, probably see the occasional crag cat, though it's not here hunting. It seems just here for water. And as you start making your way all the way onto the 10 trail, you see there are what did I roll? Oh yeah, you see there's actually a little family of they look like polar bears as well, and they seem to be also kind of crossing the river. And as long as you guys aren't being obviously aggressive or hostile, they don't just start charging at you. But you can tell the mother is definitely fiercely kind of territorial. It's up to you. You can either give a wide berth or even attempt to approach them and
I vote for a wide
and
berth.
try to
You don't
calm
need to
them.
kill
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
the bears.
I agree. As much as I would love to find polar bear that saved my mom, I really, really don't want to kill a polar bear right now.
Okay. Clear sky means it's not that much of a detour, and so you can spare an hour or so whenever you need to circumvent a threat or whatever. Eventually, you kind of come back around, cross the 10 trails, this large bridge that crosses the frozen river, and this is where you have to take the detour, and this is where it becomes kind of like rough, difficult terrain as you're going uphill into the spine of the world, following the river, and the goblins say, yes, this is it. This is the Red Run River that comes down from the spine. You follow this all the way up, and then I think you exit off the third bend, and you will find the crash site.
Lead on.
Yeah, we're following.
Keep up.
Will do.
Okay. All right. Why not run this little one? Why not? So up you go, higher and higher altitude, and again, clear sky means you're not really gonna have to worry about any freezing cold saving throws, but certainly when you get to the peak, you imagine it's going to be colder. Sort of how it was when you got to the top of Kelvin's Cairn, right? The DC did increase, but you're not quite there yet. You're just sort of ascending feet by feet. Now let's have a look. Ah, there is something. There is a certain precarious part of the journey where you see to get along to get through like the spine of the world, you have to kind of cross these interconnecting bridges to get higher and higher, and the drops either side of the mountains can be sometimes perilous, just sheer drops all the way down. They are just barely large enough to fit an axe beak across, but you're gonna have to go steady one at a time across these bridges. They look very rickety. They're like rope bridges, right? And you come across one. You've crossed like a few at this point, and you're approaching another one at this right here. Let's drag you guys actually out and take you to a map. And I get rid of this blizzard because technically still clear skies. There you go. And at this about this hour is probably also where we're probably gonna have enough light to see anyway. Oh, let's just make sure that's all good. Yep, looks good. All right.
I vote we send the goblins and the wargs across first to test the strength of the bridge.
Yep. Smallest
And,
first.
yep.
Yeah. Wait. What? But we are guides. We're like important to the.
Guide us across this bridge then.
You don't all have to go
You
across at
wait.
once, just one of you know?
One of them's kind of giving back talk constantly. Yeah,
I
whereas
vote-
another
I
one
vote-
just gets impatient.
Yep, see? I like that one, unlike you with the really weird looking half-breed.
Yeah, well, the warg one. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Fine. Let's just get this over with so we can get back to whatever it was we were doing. Oh yeah, milking goats. He gets about halfway across when suddenly big plumes of snow kick up, and you see on the other side where there were little snow drifts just exploding out of the snow. Several little kobolds, all hidden from almost in plain sight, pretty much. There's one there, and they go, cut it, cut the bridge, and they immediately start sawing this this rope bridge, and you see the goblin's eyes just suddenly go wide as immediately the bridge just collapses. And I'm gonna. Oh, well, there's not much point rolling a deck save if they're just gonna fall to their death. But oh, I mean that one. I can't be. Jesus, it couldn't be a worse situation. There's nowhere for the goblin to run. He's on his mount, and the mount just can't leap the distance. It tries, but there's this kind of rearing back on the goblin who wants to have the mount return and try to get back the way they came before the bridge collapses, whereas the wolf tries to make the jump, and as a result they kind of get torn in the middle, and his hesitation has the goblin hurtling down the cliff face. The wolf collides with the side and instant death on impact. The goblin falls
God.
all the way, just
Wow.
Oh my
and
god.
you don't even see, you don't
I'm
even
gonna
hear
turn
the.
around to Hulla and
Yeah.
say, God, I wish it had been the one that complains all the time.
Yeah.
I'm afraid not.
Skrapp's gonna just sort of ride over to sort of the edge on their axe pick and just lower their helmet down and just be like, you think that was really clever, don't you?
They're all rejoicing at this point, like, yeah, we got one, yeah, woo!
Okay,
It worked!
can I throw a javelin at one of them?
Yeah, go ahead. Ashanti, I'm not going to roll you.
I'm not gonna
initiative for
waste
this.
one of my +1 javelins. I'm just gonna
Okay.
throw.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, for the love
And
of Pete.
and Scrap's gonna lightning launch at one of them.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Yeah, that'll absolutely obliterate one of them.
Yeah,
He goes from the happiest kobold to just the deadest kobold.
Oh, Sacred Flame one.
The others begin to scatter like ants, right? They're just, run away!
Eldritch Blast.
They. Okay. That one makes this one. Yeah, makes the deck save.
Makes a deck save.
It does. You can Eldritch Blast one as well, Barry. Just opening fire.
Slow him down.
Just. Okay, yeah. So he's gonna start to run. The other three scatter away. Probably this way, right? So
You guys are
The
an
bridges
insult
start,
to
that's no longer there.
kobolds.
one of them climbs. Actually, one of them's gonna climb down this side, right? Another one just sprints off this direction. Another one sprints off to the right. The slowed one is like staggering and trying to wait for me, guys.
Learn to play nice
it's
next
probably,
time.
It's probably the only one in range still by the time that it comes round to their turn, right? The others, they sprint, they dash, they dive into
Yeah.
little holes and crevices.
Yeah, I mean, my lightning launcher has a long range of 300 feet.
Oh god, yeah, and that one gets shot in the back and falls
did
into the
not-
snow.
I did not like the animation for the lightning launcher. That's a weird animation.
It's alright, you
Right,
can
be
always
right back.
change that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other kobolds have scurried away, and they don't seem to be coming back for their friends. If indeed they were their friends. Problem is now
Well,
you do have a broken bridge and one less goblin guide.
Okay, so how do
Sarah,
can we have Andy fly across with with some rope in her beak to try and reconstitute the bridge?
I think that's going to be really heavy. I mean, we can try, but um,
What about
I,
tying rope to the end
I,
of a javelin?
yeah, the Skrapp or Barry, can you either of y'all teleport to the other side of that?
I mean, I can't, but Barry can? Right? You can teleport.
I said be right back, but yeah, he could do that. That gap is only 30 feet, so you can just about make it with a misty step. The one issue is, yeah, so the rope's been cut on their side, so the
Right.
bridge has collapsed and landed on your side. It's
So,
dangling down off the cliff closest to you.
right. So if he Misty steps over there, does he have a bow and arrow?
Um,
Because he could possibly tie a rope to the end of an arrow and shoot it at it, or um,
Or tie it to the end of a javelin and
or we
you toss
can,
it across.
yeah, yeah.
oh, I
I
see. You're trying
tie,
to hit the
yeah,
bottom of the bridge.
What are we doing?
yeah.
Just
Test.
they want to
That's not
somehow
what I tried to change it to.
they want to repair the bridge because otherwise your axe beaks aren't getting across, and
You need me to
it
get to the
just
other
so
side.
happens.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we're
it
gonna
just
have you
happens it is
Misty
30 feet.
step,
Yeah, I can
and
do that.
then I'm gonna tie a rope to the end of a javelin and try to throw it over there to that side.
Um,
Okay.
if I'm holding onto one end of a rope and I misty step, what happens in terms of that? Because things would come with me if I'm holding it, but if I'm only holding
Yeah,
one end
it
of a
would.
rope,
I think you have to be like holding the rope.
yeah,
You could easily just like Ashanti wants to do, toss it over so you've got the other side, no problem.
yeah, all right, yeah, and then I'll just teleport 30 feet.
All right. Yep. Okay. Knockoff use the Misty Steps.
The D10 doesn't
Shanti
matter this time.
tosses the javelin across, and it lands into the snow. You've now got a rope that's going from one side to the other.
And I start repairing the bridge.
Well, the repairs you need to make,
Or to pick the
they're
bridge
not.
up and attach it again on the other side. So that's the question is, even if you can like lift up parts of it, let's say we tied the rope to the bridge that was dangling down. You went across with the other end of the rope, then we've got to pick up this bridge somehow. That's why I was hoping that you could shoot it from that side with like a bow and arrow or a javelin and s- get spear one of those bottom rungs to get it across. The other only other thing I can think to do is one of us climbs down the bridge and then tries to get another rope to you from the bottom of the bridge, and then you pull it up.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Unless the ropes that are the handholds are totally not blocked, but they would have to be anchored periodically. So I don't think it can be like a bottom rope holding the slats and a top rope holding the handholds.
Okay. Which method would you like to attempt?
So, Barry, do you think that you could throw a javelin with a rope on it? Throw the javelin I just sent over with the rope, and then throw it, uh, throw it at the bottom of the bridge and see if you can hit the bottom of the bridge,
Oh. Do I
and
do I
then
n-
pull it
do I
up.
need do I need to hit the bottom of the bridge, or can I just like guide it to the bottom of the bridge? And because
And you?
well, yeah, I
Okay.
I
Sorry.
use I use the invisible mage hand to hold on to the javelin. Is that possible?
I'm not sure if it's invisible for you, but it is a
Is
mage hand. Yes, it's
is
only
it
for the arcane
invisible?
trickster. It's invisible, but it's all good. That
Oh,
will work.
you can make the spectral hand invisible.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, in that case, you can. Well, the bridge is 30 feet. Okay. Um, so you want to be on this side and leaning down over the edge to reach the bottom with your mage hand.
Oh, I prematurely went over. But I can move the mage hand 30 feet anywhere, so I can get it
You
underneath the
can.
bridge.
You could if you were on this side, but where you're at, there's you're going diagonally.
Oh, okay.
You're just out of range. But hey, you do have a rope this side.
Guys, why did I do this?
Um, well,
Always come back over.
yeah, because you needed a rope to be able to get the bridge because we've got to pull up the bottom of that bridge.
Do I,
Mhm.
so do I
All
need
right.
to chuck the
Okay.
javelin
All
from
right.
this side, or can I just hand you back the javelin?
Well,
No, the rope is
you need
over
to.
here.
You. Ashanti was suggesting you try and throw the javelin into the wood, but if your idea of just using a mage hand to tie it up, then you don't need to throw it.
Yeah.
Okay. What about this? What about I I horribly um I try to climb down the bridge and tie the rope to the bottommost rung and then
Uh huh.
come back up. You use your mage hand to grab my end of the rope and pull it over to your side, and then you pull up the bridge on your side.
All right. This bridge is broken
Yeah.
and it's collapsed, and you can imagine it's dangling down this ledge, the ledge furthest from you.
Mhm.
Okay, it sits
Oh,
on Ashanti's
so
side, and it's dangling all the way down.
not. Oh, so
There's no
none of
bridge
this
here.
is here.
Nope.
Mhm.
It's been cut from that side where the kobolds were. And then
Oh,
it
okay.
fell and then slapped this side of the mountainside.
I thought it was like hanging to one side, like
No, it
sideways.
cut
Not
both
okay.
sides, and then it fell and collapsed on the other edge.
Ah,
So
okay. I'm definitely on the wrong side then.
yeah. Well, Ashanti's offering to climb
Don't,
down, or
don't,
you
don't we
can
need
misty
someone
step
on the
across.
far side to
You do.
secure the other end? So we
He's
need at
not
least
wrong.
someone
Yeah.
there, Barry.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying the only other thing I can think of is to climb down
Hmm.
or if I brace myself, Scrap, and tie a rope to you and lower you down, can you tie the a rope to the bottom of the bridge? And then I'll pull you back up, and then Barry can use his mage hand to get the rope over to that side.
Sure. Why not? That sounds fun.
Okay. All right. In that case, then rope attaches around Scrap. Tie off them.
And
You you
I'm going
lower
to,
them down over the edge. Yeah.
yeah, I'm sitting down, bracing myself up against. It looks like there's some rocks there, so
Okay.
that I'm braced as well as I can, and then slowly lowering Scrap hand over hand down.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
And then Skrapp can shout when Skrapp gets to the bottom and then tie off the
Got it.
rope, and then I'll pull Skrapp hand over hand back up.
Got it. All right, Skrapp.
Yeah.
As you're lowering down 10, 20, and finally 30 feet, you're looking down closer and closer to your destination. And as you're looking down, you can actually see right at the very bottom where the wolf and goblin basically kind of met their end. You see there is a kobold, the one that escaped off the side, and they are climbing down towards the wolf to get to it, to salvage the body, which is the whole reason they set up a trap.
Am I able
We'll
to
take
see
it
it on
down.
this side?
Yeah, you can, but Skrapp sees this because they're like the one just
Yeah.
they're noticing
And
it first because they're looking
Skrapp
down.
just like
But it's like,
sort of looks down to them and just go, "Hey, bye."
what's the range on that? Oh my god,
90
I was gonna
feet.
miss anyway.
Damn it.
Yeah, okay, so he quickly climbs because he's got a climb speed, and you
Yeah.
see them dash. It
I shoot?
clatters into the side, and well, I'm gonna say that he is literally out of range now, especially from you, Barry, because it's another 30 feet from you,
Well,
right?
technically the long distance range on this is 300 feet. Is he out of that
Yeah.
range if I go for a second shot?
Yeah, and if he was
Um,
90 feet and he went 30 feet out, he's still within range of 120 feet.
Yeah, but initiative and stuff. So no, it's already climbing down. Only Skrapp got the chance to do it because they're the ones looking
Yeah.
down. They notice it. They fired. I don't even hear Skrapp say, "Hey, there's a kobold down here." They're probably not even
No.
like noticing it at this point. So, Skrapp, you do see it climb down and trying to get into cover as well at the same time because they can maneuver around the edge of the wall.
Yeah.
So if you want to go for another shot, you can, but he's going to have half cover and it's disadvantage this time.
Yep.
And whilst you're firing off multiple shots, I'm actually going to have Ashanti roll me a strength athletics check because you're jostling
didn't
around
roll.
and it, yeah,
I didn't
it's
roll
gonna
the
miss.
disadvantage, but it would have missed anyway.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Give me an athletics check, Ashanti. As there's this kind of like almost recoil from something on the end of the rope, and it's like you've been lowering them like very steadily, and now there's suddenly like this movement and jostling around, and it's like almost threatening to like slip out of your hands, but you got a firm grip on
I
this
could
rope.
use a little help here.
All right, you got it. I will move over to grab the rope as well and help pull.
You know what? This goblin. Well, you said 300 feet, right? Jeez.
Yep.
Okay. I think it's going to retreat for now then. Not going to try and do anything crazy. It's clearly outranged, but you can see them. They've got their own little sling and javelin on their back, but they're not going to risk it. They saw you one-shot the others, so
Yeah.
why stay and fight? That's
Those were warning shots, you
No.
little prick.
If I hit
Crap,
the
whatever
rope,
you're
though-
doing down there, cut it out or I'm gonna drop you. Come on, get up here.
I was getting rid of one of the other kobolds that was gonna try to ambush us again.
Tell you what.
I know what my kind of like.
Okay, you see him climb around the edge of the rock and disappear. And from where you are, Barry, you physically can't see him because there's this overhang, and he's hiding underneath. So that's another
Tie
reason why
off
you
the
probably wouldn't be
rope.
able to see them anyway.
No worries.
Okay,
Yeah,
Skrapp,
I'll tie the rope
tie
off
the rope.
now.
So that's the rope is tied to the bottom plank, or is it
Yeah.
like wrapped around the ropes? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point now, you just need to get that rope up and to the other side to have someone pull it, right?
Yeah. So
Okay,
yeah, I
you-
guess you're pulling me back up now, or
Yeah.
I'm climbing back.
Pull.
Yep.
I'll pull
Okay.
Skrapp back up, hand over hand. Hulla's helping, so we should be able to pull him up a lot faster.
Okay. As you're pulling them up rapidly, that little kobold is back and tries to throw out a javelin towards the rope That is suspending Skrapp. And I think a 19 will definitely do it. It's got disadvantage though because of the distance, but the other thing is it is hidden.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Can
I
you
don't know if
hide
that
from a
makes it
rope?
flat. Probably not. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess you're right. It's a cool shot to the rope, not trying to hit your AC rather, but
Yeah. And
I'll say
also,
this
that
though.
would have only just hit. Actually, I'd have my shield back by now, so that would have just met my AC.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
I imagine you've got both hands like
Yeah.
wrapping up the rope, of course.
Yeah.
But this kobold, he's trying it, and to do this, by the way, he'd be within 120 feet of you, Skrapp. So just
Excellent.
if you,
I'm gonna make sure that I
you
don't
really
miss
wanna-
this time.
No, no, why? Oh God. Oh dear. Well, this poor bastard just falls all the way down, just
Sorry.
into oblivion. Ironically, landing effectively where he was trying to get to, and grab all the other little wolf pelts and stuff. But yeah, he just falls down. You just hear his scream into the ether. That's him. Oh God. Well, never mind. I will say this though, Skrapp. In the moment he did try to like hit that, that was very dangerously close to hitting the rope. I don't know how
Yeah.
you would have survived if it had have hit, but that would have been bad. I'll give you back your 10 HP.
No. I don't know.
All right, Scrapp's back to the top with a rope.
Right. Well, that kobold's
Okay.
dead.
Is that what you were doing down there?
Yeah, there was
All right,
a kobold.
Barry, can you use your mage hand to pull the rope over to you?
Yeah. And I'll grab the rope and bring it over.
Well, you probably can't toss the rope, but you can probably tie it to another javelin and throw that though.
No, I just grab it with a mage hand and bring it
Oh,
over.
the mage hand. Sorry. Right. Yeah. Okay. So now you've
Yeah.
got the other end of the rope, which is tied to the bottom of this thing.
Yep.
Although to
All
start
you'd
pulling
have
it,
to do would be to pull, yeah.
Yeah, no, I gotta
yeah.
somebody bring it up. So let's see if this will work. See if we can get a decent animal.
On walrus. Something heavy.
Polar bear or wolf would be.
Wolf?
Wolf to pull? Wolf is good.
Yeah.
A dire wolf, not just any old wolf.
Yep.
That's a beast.
Pull this rope up for us, will you? Goodbye.
Okay. It starts yanking on the rope. Did you want to help as well, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull from here, and as soon as the rope is high enough, do I have pittons? I'm not sure if I have pittons. Interesting. Anybody got pittons? You wanna?
I do. Would I have loaned those to you before you went? Probably.
Or just mage hand them across.
Yeah.
Mage hand them across. I'll hold them out. Here you
Yeah.
go.
And I just knock the bridge back in.
Okay. All right. And yeah, the dire wolf's playing tug of war here, and finally, it's a really awkward angle. But as soon as you get into position, you hammer them in. Did you say you was gonna mend it, or was that? Yeah, you
I
don't actually
mean,
have the spell mending.
I-
Okay.
No, I
Oh
don't.
yeah, you're actually just trying to hammer it.
Once it's fixed up enough, Skrapp, probably with another rope tied to them, just in case like the bridge doesn't take their way, we'll head across and then we'll use mending to reinforce it on that side.
Yeah, I'm basically
Okay,
just
nice.
fixing the bridge by fixing it, just in general.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
Like a normal person.
Okay.
Like a non-magic
normal
person.
Right. In that case, perfect. Yeah, no, I won't say you need to roll anything at this point then. I was gonna roll for a survival check, but with the mending, when Skrapp gets across, they can fix up the bridge's rope, like just putting the two ends together and casting, suddenly all the twine begins to ravel itself back together again. And the bridge is as good as new.
Right, come across then, everyone. Bridge can take my weight, and it could clearly take a wolf and a goblin's weight before, so...
Okay. I vote we still go one across at a time,
Yeah.
just in case.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I got 3 of the kobolds that murdered your friend, so... murdered your friend, so... There you go.
Okay.
I just say to the goblins as they come across.
Yeah, the goblins do look down and go, yeah, his kobolds got what was coming to him. We should go hunt the others as well.
I mean... Once we've got up to where this thing is, you're more than welcome to head off to, hunt them down. We just need to get to where we're going. But if we run into them, I'm happy to slaughter them for trying to... I mean, I'm a kobold, but I've never been a fan of those sort of sneaky tactics. Or if I am gonna do a sneaky tactic, like cutting a bridge, that's just so... dumb. Like, it's so simplistic. Could have come up with something much
On
better.
at least one of us.
Yeah.
I mean, don't deny the old tricks. They work for a reason, you know?
I know, but it only got one. There are better ways.
Well, simple creatures, I guess.
Yes, like I
Some
said, they're an insult to kobolds.
Hmm.
And I can say that.
Alright, back to the map. Okay.
Tightrope, walk across that. I don't know that I would have survived a dexterity check.
Yeah. I mean, that nat 1 could have been your nat 1.
Exactly.
Hmm. Good job we got cannon fodder, eh? Okay.
What time
yeah.
of day is it? I mean, should we back away
I'm
from
just
the
working that out.
gorge and okay.
Because it's about 33 miles to travel. And that's up terrain as well, right? So it's more like 40 miles. And I don't know the actual travel times exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a large portion of the day. So it's getting towards the evening. It's not like late, it's not like night, it's just late afternoon, we'll say. Okay. Though because you've been on Axe Peaks, it's like it halves the travel time, but otherwise, yeah, you'd be screwed. So yeah, it's getting towards the late evening, and obviously there's no light in Icewindale anyway, but it's up to you. You're very close to your destination at this point. You've come to what the goblins described as the third bend in the river, and they say, "Up ahead. This is where the crash site was." Any bits of it are probably still buried under the snow. The actual ship itself, it's probably still in that crater.
Alright,
One,
so
I
You
don't
see it
wanna
off the
come up
mountain as well.
I don't want to come up to it in the middle of the night, guys. And our axe beaks are exhausted. Horses only travel 25 miles a day. So if the axe beaks, if we pushed them so hard that they've traveled 40 miles, they need to rest.
Is there
Hello?
is there some shelter nearby, like a mountain or a windbreak, something like that? Some trees?
You could perhaps try and look for some caves that aren't inhabited by kobolds. The one The one thing the goblins do mention though is, in response to Ashanti, is they say, "What? And waste the good day? It's a clear sky. We should make use of that. Could turn to a sleet storm before you know it."
How late in the day is it? It's afternoon, right?
Yeah, right. You've been traveling like a good, probably like 8 hours. But if you got up at 8, then
Hmm.
maybe it's like 4, 4 at the earliest.
Okay, but if we
Plus the minus.
if
Yeah.
I want to settle the axe peaks somewhere safe before we get to the site and make sure they're fed and they can rest out of the wind at least a little bit, so that they if we have to run, they are ready to run. We'll kill them if we try to run them right now.
You wanna put them somewhere safe.
Yeah, I just want to,
Give them a little
I don't
rest.
want to put
Short
them
rest.
somewhere safe. I just want them, yeah, we're gonna, we're not just gonna jump off them and go explore. We're gonna, make sure that
Okay.
they have food, that they
Yeah.
have water, that, they are, that they're not in direct wind and blast, and um, so
Okay, give me a
that,
survival check then, Ashanti.
okay.
As you begin scouting out a nice area, windbreak, and this is you can also add guidance as well,
Like,
Hulla.
I was just gonna say if I can help look around.
Yeah, or even but a 19 will absolutely help. And I think yes, you can find there is actually a nice area of trees that you can just set up, and there's this big cliff face that also shelters from immediate wind and snow, and
Okay.
you can use the trees to sort of tie them off and have them rest for a while. And they seem to be in kind of more secluded, shaded area. It's not like on the path where they'd be spotted so easily. They got a bit of shelter and what's the word? Not camouflage, but just shelter.
Okay, I'm gonna leave Bits there. She's still in her scary harness to guard, and
Okay.
you know, so just make sure that they are fed and watered and can lay down and rest for a bit.
You got it. Okay. You can consider this a short rest if you wanted it. I don't know if anyone needs that though. But
Barry, do
yep,
you need it
consider.
to get your spell slots back?
I think you used it.
I've not really used anything that's got.
But you
rest.
used Misty Step.
No, that was just my
And
feature.
okay, all right. I didn't know that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I've got Misty Step as a spell, but I've also got a feature that gives me Misty Step with extra stuff.
Okay. All right. It's probably as you're taking this quick breather, then that in the back of your head, Hulla, you start to hear that pulsing, magical emanation. It's close. You can hear it like just over yonder, and you feel even more connected to it than before physically. It's almost like you connect memories, and as you blink for a moment, there's like a flashing image of you just lying out in the snow. You remember your body kind of colliding and shearing off the top of a mountain before it came to a skidding halt in the snow, and you've been laying there ever since, broken, tired, and perhaps reduced to a state of torpor to conserve energy.
Do I is there any hint that it feels happy that I'm here finally? Like it feels stronger, but it doesn't feel different or any emotion?
An emotion, there is definitely kind of that sense of urgency and alert, but there's no real like you wouldn't call it an emotion necessarily, but yeah, it's just this kind of urgent sound to it. it's like on repeat, like a distress signal, like repeating.
If I take out the stone of brain talking and hold it, is there any pulse to it? Is it matching at all, or resonating at all with the nearby area?
The actual physical crystal.
The actual crystal, yeah.
Yeah, it does thrum that kind of purplish light, and it's probably glowing brighter than what it was before. And you actually can hear something else as well. It's like, I'm gonna actually have to say, give me a perception check because it's very faint. But maybe you hear it. Okay, no, you.
Can I guidance
It's
myself?
got
Maybe
like
if I get an extra 4. No, I don't.
an extra 9. No, it's just glowing and pulsing, and anything you're trying to hear, and like anything really subtle is kind of drowned out by the thrumming, pulsating sound in the back of your head.
So
Yeah,
frustrating. I'll show the glowing crystal to Skrapp and say, like, it knows that it's close, but I don't have anything more than that. I can't understand. You know what
Well,
this means?
The last time we managed to get any sort of information from it was when the person attuned to it also cast comprehend languages to understand it, so I guess I could attune to it and try to see if I can comprehend it if you want.
Okay, I don't have that spell, but if you want
I
to try
do.
and take it, okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but attuning and unattuning takes a little bit of time, so,
it'll take an hour.
but considering there's like that sort of pulsing and it's almost like sending out like something, would I feel like I need to attune to it in order to be able to do that, or would I just be able to sort of be able to
You
comprehend
do need to be
language?
attuned to it.
Yeah. Alright,
Yeah.
alright, let's attune and let's see how far this thing goes, I guess. But yeah, I will, I'll attune to it, and then afterwards I will ritually cast comprehend languages.
Yep.
So,
Okay then. All right.
and I don't know if my higher intelligence will make this easier for me to get said message.
Yeah, the telepathy also reaches out to a further distance as well. If I recall.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Because it's based
So,
on intelligence. So
unfortunately, I do need you to roll me a D100.
Oh yay, D100, it's always fun. 70.
Okay. 70.
Oh god, this is a wild magic thing, isn't it, or something?
This is kind of fitting for Skrapp. You tell me. But as you attune to this item, you realize that there's so much untapped potential that Hulla just wasn't reaching into. The knowledge is vast. This crystal, it holds memory. It holds knowledge. If only you knew a way to just kind of access it somehow. Perhaps a console that it fits into. You get these images of when Spellix showed you his device. There was that socket he'd placed a fragment into, and he'd somehow managed to reach out vast distances and communicate. You're thinking maybe there's some sort of socket this fits into that you too could connect to. And as you realize this, you realize, God, it's so obvious. Like, I'm so smart. I'm so wise. In fact, I'm even the strongest of the party. I'm the fastest. You know what? You're probably even the most beautiful person in the party. And yeah, your vanity goes wild. And you start to believe that you truly are like the linchpin in this thing. You're the best tracker that ever trekked.
Right.
So call it what you want, but it's overconfidence to the extreme, and you believe you are literally the best of the best in every
Right.
aspect.
And even more so, if this has a socket
More insufferable.
and it's trying to point me and trying to connect to something, my leg should be pointing towards it.
Yes, and of course you understand exactly what the distress signal is saying.
Yes.
With each pulse, it is saying, I think I recall it was Nautiloid down, request immediate backup, repeating constantly, crashed in the mountains, track signal to its source, Nautiloid down, requesting backup continuously, like that.
Right. Okay. So, first of all, I'm awesome. There's a place that this needs to go on the ship, and it will, like, amplify the effects even more, like what's, yeah. So, and my leg is pointing the way, and we know it's a Nautiloid, and it's down. Let's go find this slot. Follow me, trekkers. I will lead the way.
Fantastic. Okay.
The most
I'll get
uncharismatic person trying to be the leader.
I'll get Andy out of her cage. And what have we done with the goblins and the wargs? Are they
They're
still
coming
with
with
us?
you.
With us.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, well, we're here for some treasures, so
Yes.
we'll try and stick to the back.
Treasures.
We're good with a bow and arrow, so we'll
Sure,
give you
just-
some supporting fire.
Yep, just make sure you don't shoot us, otherwise I will fry all of your brains.
Yeah, right. Has he got a big? They kind of like mumble to themselves. She seems to have a bigger head than before.
Right,
All right.
onwards, my trekkers. And
Your
goblins.
I don't like this.
Who made you the leader? Yeah, it's like the gem which gets him planted into like Morty's head, and like
Yeah.
Rick and Morty. All right, so this up ahead is you're like honed in now, so like you don't even need to roll to find this thing. Your leg is like a compass, and
Yep.
getting closer and closer towards
Best.
it.
I'm putting my best foot forward, which means I'm putting my foot forward.
Indeed. Oh my god. Let's grab some music here. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay. So. Oh yeah, I found it. Nautiloid down. Emergency protocols enabled. Crew safe, but vessel imperiled. Psi crystal needed. Come at once. Nautiloid down. On repeat as you get closer and closer. And as you trudge deeper into the mountain valley, an eerie glow betrays the monstrous outline of something both stupendous and ominous. It looks like a cephalopod with slimy, ropey tentacles as thick as tree trunks. They've tried and failed to bury its immense bulk in the snow.
Is this something Ashanti can hear, or did she just notice Hulla and Skrapp being kind of twitchy right now?
Twitchy?
Well, I mean, he's putting his best foot forward.
Oh
so
yeah.
I assume one foot's going forward a little bit more than the other one.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
you notice the leg is kind of like twisting around and trying to reorientate
Yeah.
itself.
They have ballistas.
Yep, and on them, on this ship, you absolutely do see several ballistas at different battlements on this vast alien-looking ship. You can see the
Dibs.
forward deck is about 5 feet above the valley floor, covered with fresh snow. And
Yeah.
mounted at the deck is a ballista covered in ice. And at the back of the door is a double door made of chitin and iron. And it seems to be tucked under the 2 higher decks. The lower of which also has another ballista mounted on top of it.
Yeah. Skrapp just sort of looks at the goblins and goes, dibs.
What? No, that's what we came here for. We need a ballistas.
You're already getting one. We get these.
What? No. You said we get a fair share of the treasures.
Yeah. And I'll make sure you get it. Fine, you can have one of them.
Okay, all right. Are we going to stand outside and argue? Or
No,
are we
let's-
going to
One
go
and a
on the
half.
floor? Good heavens.
Skrapp just sort of,
Before we go
Skrapp
in-
just sort of looks for a moment and just goes, I was perfectly willing to go inside then, but seriously, you want half a ballista? How will that work?
Okay, Scrap. Focus.
Sorry.
Focus
Sorry,
on what's in
like-
front of you.
Yes, I'm focusing.
More
I just got
distractions?
distracted by overwhelming stupidity.
Are there traps? Is there something that we're supposed to pay attention to?
Well,
That's what I
apparently this
I have a
side
find
quest...
trap spell. I have a find
This-
trap spell.
Excellent.
Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
So hold on. Let's let Hulla speak a second, because trying to get a word in edgeways. So, what would you like to do, Hulla? You said you
So
got
I want
spell
to
prepared.
approach to the other side of this rock and then cast find traps or locate traps. What is it?
Okay.
Locate. Find traps. It is.
Yeah, find traps. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can sense the presence of any trap within
120
within
feet.
line of sight.
Yeah.
Yeah. A trap for the purpose of the spell includes anything that would inflict subtle, unexpected effect you consider harmful or undesirable. If it's a creation or something. Okay, well, it doesn't reveal like natural kind of weaknesses and flaws. Okay, so is there a trap present right now that's about to go down? You just learn of its presence. You don't know the exact location of it. Is that right?
Let me see. Sense the presence of a trap that is within the source.
Presence. Okay, yeah. So you know the presence of it.
You don't learn the location, but you learn the general nature of the danger. Yeah.
Okay,
mean-
the general nature.
Yeah.
There is something precariously balanced on the top of these boulders in front of you. And you look up and you sense the kind of danger that as you're passing underneath these, something could fall on you and crush you to death.
Okay, so I will yell out and warn everyone. Stay away from the large boulders. They are very precarious. They are
Right.
going to fall.
I'm going to move your mounts away as well, just because they're
Yeah.
they're away, right?
Yeah,
Safe.
so...
The
Now,
ship itself seems okay. I don't sense anything there. I
Yeah,
should probably
wanna also
actually
point
cast
out-
the spell.
the other thing is, Hulla, because it doesn't reveal like natural things, like a weakness in a floor, natural, or like a landslide that could potentially happen. So
Right.
this, when you find this trap, when you locate the presence of it, you know that it's something set up maliciously to actually harm you. It's not just a freak nature
Oh, of course.
coincidence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the goblins steer clear of that thing, and they say, all right, well, you guys go ahead first then this time.
Yeah, so there are two main things we need to look for in... Well, three main things we need to look for in here. Apparently the crew are still on board, but are safe. They need this...
Alive?
What was the exact wording of it? It was like crew safe or something, wasn't it?
Crew safe. But vessel imperiled.
Yes. So the crew are safe somehow. Not sure, or that's what the weird alert is saying. Also, the side crystal needs to go somewhere, and if I'm right, something that I'm looking for should be on board. And if so, I may have to destroy every living creature on this vessel. They're taking it.
Wait, including us? Wait, what are you looking for?
I'm looking
We
for
know?
a blueprint.
A blueprint.
Yes, my masterwork. You guys don't count as living
Hulla.
things in that sentence.
Hulla, as you come around the corner of this boulder, there's another trap. 120 feet away, right on the very outskirts. Something lurking under the snow. You're not sure what, but you can sense a presence waiting underneath the ground.
Right. Okay.
And
Skrapp,
just
can
as
you
you're
focus
focused on this,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, this is when I need a lot of you to roll for initiative, because that boulder, you feel the presence, like the trigger of the trap immediately suddenly just crack, and it starts to come towards you. Now, say that you're both obviously aware of this. This is happening real time though. I'm gonna have at least advantage on all the saves here. But from where I'm looking, you did still move up to this boulder, and that's clearly where the danger is lurking on top of this thing. Okay, I'm gonna roll the goblins on as well, but they're just back up. Okay, so what triggers the combat is this large rock that kind of pushes and tumbles down towards the two of you at first. So it'll be Hulla and Ashanti. Give me a. You got danger sense, so you've already got advantage, Ashanti. But Hulla can also give me a deck save, but with advantage, because you'll find traps and are telling you this is going off. Mm-hmm. Hey, that looks good.
Nice. I'll take it.
20. Yep. Perfect. So yeah, you intuited this was about to fall on you even before it started moving. Like your spidey sense goes off, and yeah, it's like
Told you.
someone.
Don't duck.
So you kind of have to both dodge this way, as the boulder collides into the snow. Poof. There's a big plume of snow into your faces, and then.
I'd like to turn around and see if there's anybody on top of those rocks. Can I see anybody?
Oh yes, you do. Except not a person, but rather some sort of creature. You see a pair of antennae, the first thing that kind of poke up and out of the rock formation. Let me see here.
Okay.
And then secondly, you see these bug-like eyes, a shell, and then dozens and dozens of these little legs. And this is the creature you see before you. There you go. In fact, I can actually give you the full handout now, the kind of artwork that's going on here. So there's the Nautiloid in the background, and you got these two massive bug-like creatures begin skittering their way towards you. And it's your go, Ashanti, actually.
All right. You can see Ashanti roll her neck and say, finally, something I can hit guilt-free. And I am going to rage.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say it's 20 feet up to the top?
Yeah.
So can I move to the top, or am I going to have to climb or do something special?
If you have a climb speed, you could, but Otherwise, it's going to be half movement and an
Plus-
athletics check to see if you can
Plus,
do it.
plus one javelin. Plus one javelin.
All right, javelin it is. Okay. What did you get there? 15. 15 is a hit. So that's going to be 11 points of damage to her. It sticks into the side and lets out that kind of skittering, screeching sound. And anything else?
No, that'll be my turn. I've made my attack, and I'm not going to move away from my friends.
Okay. Okay, one of the little goblins here is open fire! And fires a little arrow in that general direction. And so with the other one. And then second one will appear. Oh yeah, you got a crit. Got him in the eye! Woo! Okay, and then another one. Up to the top of the mountain, crawls and collides into the boulder, and this one's coming down towards Skrapp and Barry. Again, you've been alerted to the presence of this. I'm going to give you both advantage on the dex save.
Okay.
Yep. That hurt. Right. That's
Oh, we did
pretty good for
alright.
Skrapp.
Oh, no, yeah, you're both good. But this time, rather than kind of getting sent forward, you're going to split. And you have to sort of jump backwards as this boulder crushes next to the other one. And its too is 20 feet up on the side of that wall. Although I just realized it's its actual turn as well. It's gonna skittle. It's gonna skitter down. Come up to you, Barry, and do its multi-attack. First of all, its little antennas whip out.
Ow.
And they move in such an alien-like fashion that when they wrap around you, you're not expecting it. I think I need you to make a con save.
Is this a poison? Do I
Mhm.
have
Yep.
poison resistance as a dwarf?
You should do.
Should do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do. It's right there.
But that
You
doesn't
have
help. Though.
advantage. Oh, jeez, no, it does not. That's still a fail. You're not expecting this type of poison. Something from another world, perhaps, but
Alien poison.
this stuff is so potent as it wraps around you. It's like a sting at first, and then the sting subsides to a numbness. In fact, your whole body feels numb. You
Ow,
can't
that-
feel anything. You can't
hurt.
move. You're paralyzed.
Even though it didn't pass my temporary hit points.
I'm afraid not.
Damn it.
Still got you there. Now,
Well, I didn't want my turn anyway, I guess.
nope. And it is
But
an
that's
ambush.
the ding.
Oh, just be
But at
lucky you
least
didn't
it-
get crit.
Yeah, I didn't get the auto crit, so that's fortunate.
Okay. Sorry, Barry. Goblin's got your back, though. Although, if he's paralyzed, it's the perfect time to... Nah, just kidding. Alright, Hulla, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to throw a turn around and throw a sacred flame at the carrion crawler and hope it has very terrible dexterity.
They don't
Yeah.
look smart.
They don't look
Fast.
dexterous.
Yeah.
Nice. Was it not rolling
Oh, wow.
damage?
It
Or was
should
it? Or was it
do-
2 damage?
Oh no, you
Never
got
mind.
2 damage. Yeah. I rolled a 2. You rolled a 2. Still though, you're not going to be able to take much more of that. Anything else?
Anything else? I'm gonna move back into the shelter of the rocks here.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, with a javelin stuck in its side, I think it's going to crawl down this side instead. It'll climb 30 feet to here. And sorry, Barry, you're like prime prey, being paralyzed. But I actually,
Nothing new here.
in fact, because you're paralyzed, I can just move straight through your space without. All right, I'm gonna bite. Nom. That's a crit. Because you are paralyzed, so it should do 44. So you take 12 points of piercing damage.
You're still
It
up.
sinks its mandibles into you. Again, you don't feel any pain. Just being eaten alive, and there's nothing you can do about it. So what about its multi-attack? Let's see if we can't slap Skrapp with a tentacle as well.
Oh,
We can.
damn.
Make a con save.
Yep.
As mucus-filled antennas wipe all over you, but they're not getting into your cracks. The armor is protecting your skin, so you're good. That's gonna be its go, Skrapp.
Right, it came up close to me, which makes things trickier, because I'm not in my gear for that. I don't want to use that, so I guess I will have to, at least whilst it's close to me, is that my best move at this point? Just checking my spells. Yeah, I think this is probably my best move. Yeah, even if it's a disadvantage, it's still, I think, a better bonus, so... And I will apply the extra d6 of damage to it for the,
Did you find it? Oh god, you found my sound effects for tasers and lightning, didn't you?
Yes. That's
I
lasting
don't know how
far-
long that one is. Yeah, that was never meant to be a sound effect, but I hope it doesn't loop forever.
I don't know.
You know what that's from? That's from the Baba Yaga's Dancing... Oh, thank god it's gone. It's from Baba Yaga's Dancing Harp.
I'm gonna change that sound
anyway.
effect.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Alright, well, definitely wounds it. It's looking bloodied as that shatters part of its shell. Okay, back to the top of the round. Ashanti.
Like that.
Okay, I didn't click rage last time, so I clicked rage. So one of my
Okay.
rages is used. I'm going to adrenaline dash as a bonus action to get up to it. So
Okay.
I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna have Andy help me, and I realize that these are big creatures. I don't know if my hand axes can get through there, so I'm gonna use my halberd and take a big giant swing. And oh, I should have rolled with advantage. I don't know why it didn't. Hold on.
You trying to do reckless?
No, Andy's helping.
Okay,
So-
sorry, right. Yeah. I don't have that automated, but that's still a hit. Looks like... Although I'll give it back that extra 4. Andy is pulling on one of its antennas, and it tries to snap at your arm. That one moment you're able to get a clean strike at its underbelly and rip open several of its guts. Okay. It is writhing around on the floor. Looks like it could be finished off this round.
So is it
I'll
prone?
have a goblin take a shot. Not yet. But I'll take a shot anyway. Nope. Missed. I'll get him, says one of the other goblins as he maneuvers into a better position and takes the shot with his little short bow. Yeah! Nope, that one hits. And a little toothpick sticks in its side, but it's still alive. It is the carrion call. Let's go. Well, we got to keep biting paralyzed Barry here. Yeah, that'll do it. Chomp. And at the same time, maybe try to paralyze Skrapp again. Yep.
And they've got really high to hit.
It feels
I'm-
it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm paralyzed.
Oh! Oh, damn. These tentacles whoosh their way towards you. And you know what? Yeah, +4, +2, +2. It doesn't quite make sense, I'll be honest. Somehow, that does not look right. But I'm sure I'm sure a 21 still hits anyway.
A 21 would hit, yeah.
Tentacles.
But
Okay, got
I'm
it.
just like, that's just, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably got flanking, but still.
Oh yeah, the flanking is one thing, but... Oh yeah, okay, that's correct then. +4, +2 from proficiency, +2 from flanking. And then +2 because they're magical +2 tentacles, I guess. So that'll be its go. Barry, still paralyzed, but... You have to repeat a save at the end of your turn.
Oh, could I have made one at the end of my last turn then?
Oh yeah, yeah. Roll that now.
The con save,
Yeah.
and it would be an advantage. Would a 15 have worked?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
15 is actually the success. You're no longer
Okay.
poisoned or paralyzed.
So this turn would be my actual turn then.
Yeah, that's true. And you know
Yeah.
what? You can have some HP back too. So
Ah,
I don't think I would have crit you
cheers.
with that last one. Yeah, you're welcome. Yep. Yeah.
Thank
So you can
you.
take your turn this time around.
Yes. I shall not be here. That would be nice. 30 feet away. 4 temp HP.
Mm-hmm.
Let's shove this one. Nah. That's fine. Actually, I'll just focus fire on this one. How about...
Oh, crit. Oh, sorry. The goblins are. They're not your friends.
It wouldn't have been a crit
They should-
anyway.
Should be your friends, but not.
Yeah,
It
because
would
the
have been
first dice
na-
rolled a 10.
Yeah, it would have been
Yeah.
natural anyway.
Still, it's a hit and a kill by the looks, as you shoot a hole straight through its brain.
Yeah. I will shove this 5 feet away from the scrap.
Oh my god, it's
fails.
been successful.
I'm a big
Yeah.
creature as well.
Yeah?
All right.
I would have had to be there, to be fair, to do that. 30 feet range.
I get it. Goblin takes a pot shot from the side of the flank, whilst Hulla, you can take your turn.
Alright, I shouldn't have moved so far away, because now I'm too far away to hit anything. But I will move 30 feet forward. And I target Buddy over here with a Sacred Flame in the hopes that it does something. Come on. Oh, come on. 1 point. At least it hits.
Does hit. The presence that was underground that you felt 120 feet away with your fine traps, it starts to move. It's
Do I feel it?
not... You don't feel it, but you can sense that it's not a mobile trap. It's not just something buried under the snow, but something that's able to move through it, which is all the more ominous. But at the very least, there is a saving grace. Doesn't feel like the trap is moving closer towards you. You just feel its presence moving somewhere, perhaps actually out of reach, and that's when it kind of goes out of the range of your spell and you can't detect it anymore. Okay. Skrapp is paralyzed. Give me a con
Says-
save.
Yep. Oh.
Still paralyzed. Ashanti's up.
Okay, I am seeing that the one in front of me is dead. I am gonna shout, turn around, move forward, and take a big swing at this guy. Are you not? Oops. Did I get him targeted?
No, they are now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't see on mine. All right, big swing. Andy's helping. So I get
mean, that
to
hits.
roll that.
Oh, yeah, that's a hit.
Okay.
Cool. 14 slashing damage through its abdomen.
Okay. And because I'm careful of those tentacles, how far did I move? 15 feet?
I think you only moved 5.
Okay. If I move back, I'll be I'm gonna stay where I am. Well,
Okay.
actually, I don't want to be between Hulla and it if she can cast a spell.
Yeah. Okay then.
Okay.
A quick volley of arrows flies over. Looks like they're not too shoddy after all, but most importantly, none of them are hitting anyone else. Okay, so carrying crawler. So I could attack Skrapp, but I'm gonna have disadvantage, which kind of equaled out because you're paralyzed. I think it's gonna risk it. We'll try, because it wants to bite its paralyzed prey. Fantastic. Ashanti, describe to me how one of your ancestral guardians blocks the attack.
She is, my mom is looking absolutely disgusted because she's never seen anything like this before. And she just turns to me and says, "Kill it." I don't know what it is, but kill it. And stands in front of Skrapp with her arms wide open, and she's raging as well. You can see her shouting. My grandmother's on the other side with a ladle looking very thoughtful and thinking words like gumbo and jambalaya.
You're gonna cook it up afterwards. Oh no.
See, in
fearing...
my head, for some reason, I was picturing it being blocked with a frying pan. It's like a frying pan blocks the pipe or something. But I like your description.
As well.
I liked your description there.
Of seeing the ladle, it fears for its life and flails out with its tentacles in your direction, Ashanti.
Yeah.
Nat 20. Oh wow. It's only a small amount of damage, but can you roll that con save?
Okay.
It's just these tentacles proper whapped you on the head. Thank God you got a hearty constitution. Probably all those meals that Grandma cooked.
Yeah.
That's
And
gonna
a
end
thick
its
head.
go. Barry.
Right. Let's just deal with this thing. Hopefully. Let's not deal with this thing.
I'm afraid not.
Keep shoving it. It gets pushed back again.
All
Hey,
right.
I'm getting the hang of things.
Don't worry. You're the only one who's a crap shot, and an arrow kind of boom, bounces off the rock behind it, and it'd be Hulla's go.
Alright, I'm gonna move close to the thing and try with my brand new weapons, Spiker and Striker. So
Hammer and
so
Striker
Spiker
and
is first, and then
a hit.
oh, misses. Did I roll the right one?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Quick
Or
question:
should
How
I
are you
roll?
attacking
Should I roll the sundering one?
twice?
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Still in.
you got to have Hold on. Are they both light weapons? They can't be, can they?
No,
No, they're not.
yeah, I think Striker is possibly on a follow-up turn. It's meant to be rather than on the same turn. I might be wrong.
Right. Yeah,
Unless
that's
you've
exactly
got
right.
extra attack, which you might get next level.
I don't have an extra attack yet. Yeah.
Okay, so that one doesn't
Oh,
matter
I thought
anyway.
I thought I could do them both at the same time.
Can
No.
you?
Okay.
You can if it's like 2 light weapons. Hold on. If they're considered to be one single item for the purposes of tuning, get +1 to attack and damage. Whilst wielding only the warhammer or both it and the dagger in either hand, the warhammer has the light property. You're absolutely right. So yeah, that's the important key part. The warhammer becomes light when you're wielding them together, and because they're light, it means you get to do a 2 attack.
Ah,
So
nice.
yeah. All right. So yeah, the first
Okay.
sticks into it, but as you go to hammer it, it's again kind of like twists and contorts around, trying to defend itself, and you end up just kind of bonking it on the hard carapace.
Yeah, it misses the second one. That's all right.
Okay.
I'll try again next turn.
Yeah, it's still stuck in there.
Still stuck in there, and I get another try. Yeah.
Scrap is
You're
free
no
of
longer
poison.
paralyzed. All right. Yep. Finally, like spitting out this mucus that's
Yeah.
somehow like got into your system. But Ashanti's up.
Okay, seeing Hulla's excellent shot with Spiker, I'm feeling absolutely inspired, and I'm gonna use my halberd and shout shish kebab.
Go for it, girl.
Ooh, punctured it. Its armor is cracked. You're stuffing it up against the wall, and it's writhing around in its last death throes, but it's still holding on.
It's okay. I'm just gonna stay where I am.
An arrow whizzes past your ear, narrowly avoiding you. You know what? Maybe I should just leave it. I'm just wasting arrows here. Ooh, another one gets a good shot though. Wait, did it crit? Oh, it did. Oh, hell yeah! So Ashanti, because you're puncturing, shattered the shell of its outer body. This arrow manages to fly in exactly where you'd lanced it with your halberd, and as you pull it out, the arrow sinks straight into the open wound and hits a vital and ends the carrion crawler. Ending combat.
I pull Spiker out.
No. Well,
Like one boot on the carrion crawler, and I just yank it out.
I was
Yeah,
not
I'm
ex-
gonna
I could have gone smoother.
I'm gonna clean off my halberd in the snow, because I don't know if that whatever it is corrosive. Hala, do you know if this is gonna damage our weapons?
I have no idea. I just
Okay.
know that they were up there.
Okay.
I'm gonna wipe it up. I'm gonna wipe it off in the snow anyway, just cause.
Yeah. And can you cast prestidigitation on
I don't
both of
have
our...
that.
Oh,
I don't have
Scrap,
prestidigitation.
do you have
I
prestidigitation?
do not.
Harry?
Barry?
I have mending if
I
it damages your weapons, though. So
only one person had prestidigitation, and they're not here now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna clean my weapon as best I can in case that ichor is corrosive.
Yeah.
Are there any others around here? Do y'all see any others?
I didn't.
There's something over that way, and I'll point to where where I last sensed the under the snow creature.
Yeah.
There's
You
something there. It's under. I can't see it. I don't know what it is.
It's as you say that, you sense it again, and you can't discern where it is with the fine trap spell, but you know, once again, something lurks beneath the snow, and it must be within 120 feet.
Mm-hmm.
How deep is the snow here? Is it? I mean, I know we have snowshoes and
It's
goggles and
about
everything,
5 feet
but okay.
because
So
Yeah.
we
you
need
can
to be
see there's a
careful of.
massive crater and that's 5 feet deep. But yeah,
Okay. So we need to be careful of cave-ins and suddenly falling
Yep.
through.
yeah,
Okay, I'm
definitely.
gonna
My
use
fine trap
the end of
spell
my
doesn't
halberd.
do anything for like avalanches or snowfall or
Yeah.
uh
I'm gonna use my
What?
halberd to poke the snow in front of me to before I move anywhere.
All right.
Can Skrapp slice off the tentacles of both the carrion crawlers and try to essentially milk them for some of that paralyzing poison?
You'll have to roll me a survival check. See if you can
It's-
harvest them.
That seems useful.
Hey, that's one of them. Yeah, you get a tentacle. It is a mucusy kind of texture, and I believe carrion crawler venom is something of an item.
Just have like an alchemist
Carrion
tools.
crawler mucus. It is in the DMG.
So
Have you got something to put it in?
I will. I'm pretty sure I have. We got it in one of the equipment sets that we've got. A herbalism
not-
kit a herbalism kit that is on Labris has vials, so I'll pull in some of the vials from that.
Okay. You have one sample of carrion crawler mucus.
Yeah. I did also roll a
try and get
15 for the second
the other one. Okay, so you've got 2 carrion crawler
Yeah.
mucus.
Okay, I'll add that.
It's on your sheet.
Oh. Is it? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing, that's why. We'll say
Some
it.
consumables.
Yeah. Okay. Oh god, that's actually really valuable as well. Holy crap.
Gold cost wise, yeah, it is.
Yeah. And what sort of poison is that? Is that like a contact poison, or I assume it is from the
It's
attack?
co-
So
Yeah, it's contact. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I'll look into the mucus further, Ashanti, but we might be able to use this on weapons to give us an edge.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How long does Find Trap last? Quick question. Doesn't say, does it?
sorry.
Find traps, it's an instantaneous sort of thing, I think.
Okay. That's not gonna do. 1 second, let's look at my Find Traps. Because I'm sure I made it
Doesn't
be
say how
like.
long it lasts for. Yeah.
I'm sure I made mine last longer.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this though, just before it wears off or whatever, the effect only triggers again when the creature is in range or whatever it is, but you sense it again, and then it disappears again, and then again. So it's whatever it is, it's coming in and out of that 120-foot range. And I suppose you could give me either an insight check or... No, insight sounds fine.
Insight? I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Because you're kind of intuiting what it's doing, like... An 11? Okay, well, tell you what, before I tell you anything, what do you think's happening here if it's going in and out of your range?
I would assume if it's going in and out of range, if I can feel that, then it's sort of ducking around corners. Like popping its head in, popping its head out of wherever it is. But it's the edge of 120 feet.
Yes.
That's about all I can tell.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, that's as much as you intuit with that 11 as well, I guess.
And I'll tell the others
not
this too.
necessarily-
I'll share with them that I can feel something at the edge of 120 feet, but I can't, again, I can't say what it is, just that we're not done yet.
Right.
There's something still out there. And
I
I
mean,
don't think it's friendly.
that would suggest a level of either instinct or intelligence, certainly. Let's just hope
The
it's
others,
not
if-
one of those polar worm things that Ali was telling us about.
I suppose now that Hulla's kind of relaying this, you can also make insight checks as well.
Okay. Nope. Yes,
Okay,
I'm pretty
and then
sure,
Barry?
Hulla, that your assessment is correct.
14.
Chris,
Barry? Yeah.
Can
Sorry?
I roll survival to see if I get my +1 javelin back from the carrion crawler, or did it fall in such a way as
yeah.
to destroy the javelin?
No, please roll advantage
No,
because you're
I
raging,
definitely.
and you add strength, which would make that a success anyway. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yeah.
right,
So don't
thank
forget when you're whilst raging, primal knowledge allows you to. You have advantage because you're raging, and then it's going to use your strength rather than wisdom. But so yeah, you find your +1 javelin. It still ran through the creature and pull it out.
Pull it out and clean
a-
it, and I'm sorry to have interrupted a moment ago.
Yeah, no worries. 14, Barry. You get it's patrolling, is what it's doing. And the fact that it hasn't pounced yet, whatever this thing is, means you can only assume that it doesn't actually know where you are. And this kind of makes sense because you're the one figuring this out. Because when you have a tremor sense with your ability, you can't see outside of that range, right? You're just sort of blind.
Yeah,
You imagine if a
60 foot.
creature did have exactly, and beyond that 60 foot, you don't pick up on anything.
All right. So we need to keep at least 60 feet away from what you seem to have picked up.
Any idea what it is, Barry?
A creature. I can't see it. It's underground, but I can tell it's, as Skrapp said, probably smart when it comes to what it can feel as we're walking along. We get too close, it can tell we're there.
Oh.
All right. So, do we go forward? Do we keep going into this thing? If this,
Yeah, keep
We're
to the
getting
left
there.
side.
just keep to the left side. I do that.
All right, test the snow before you walk on it.
I do that. Yeah. I get out. I get out a crowbar, and Pat's test the snow, stick it in
Here.
a foot or two before I move.
I'm gonna hand you a
Okay.
javelin. Here, one of my regular
it's all right.
javelins.
You keep your javelins. You can throw them. I can't throw them.
Well, no, I
just
was
gonna-
saying, so it's a long stick. You can poke the snow with a long
Oh, okay.
stick.
Oh, okay.
So,
This
so
isn't your
yes,
good one.
no, this is just a regular javelin. So I'm gonna
Okay.
reduce my inventory of regular javelins to 5, and give Hulla a javelin for her, so that she can poke the snow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll add a javelin to your sheet. There you go.
Thank you. There it is.
Now the goblins up here, after hearing this, are like they're not taking any chances. They start scaling this mountainside, and they're like, "Yeah, it looks like there's one of those tentacles that connect to the main ship.
Where are
I'm
there
gonna go
wargs?
slide on that."
Are there
If you
wargs
can
wolves
keep
behind
an
us?
eye out
Down here.
Yeah.
If you guys can keep an eye out up there for anything moving, we would really appreciate that.
Oh, don't see anything from up here. Looks all still to me.
Alright, let's make our way inside. While the goblins set off some sort of trap with their stupidity. That's
know
just Skrapp to themselves.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. This goblin slides down on this tentacle, like, while standing up, like, as if he's grinding on it, and then slides, jumps over this tentacle here, resumes sliding, and then leaps off, and then lands on the top battle deck. He's like, did you see that? That was so cool!
What? No, I missed it. Do it again.
No! Do it again.
Scrap.
Scrap
Skrapp just makes some notes on like a bit of paper for later.
Chris, I'm gonna hold my
goblin...
rage. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna hold my rage as long as possible, just in case I fall to survive the bludgeoning damage. Just tell me when it would have expired, because I'm gonna rage again.
Okay. The goblin immediately starts like fiddling with this ballista contraption and trying to figure out how it works.
Skrapp's just slowly
the rest of you can start to
walking up
approach.
the tentacle, I guess.
You two can also give me just an acrobatics check to balance as you move across this cylindrical, slimy like exterior. Yeah, that's good.
Oh dear.
No, it's not too tough. 12 will do it.
I guess I gotta do the same.
Anyone who's trying to scale it via the tentacle. Ashanti, however, kind of, you get to about here and you slip off, landing in the dirt, but you're still raging, so ow. Take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you're gonna land in the there's this crater section, and where the snow has been blasted back, there's just like earth, packed dirt and rock, and you kind of land in that with a heavy crack.
Okay, can I see anything underneath the tentacle since I'm down on the ground? Is there anything up under those tentacles, or are they laying flat against the ground?
They're all kind of bunched up and buried beneath the snow. There's a very strange kind of alien-like structure to the underside, where you would expect maybe some sort of landing gear. There's like nothing. There's just a mess of tentacles.
Okay.
Ashanti, you okay down there?
Yeah, that was embarrassing. Thank you.
I'll reach out a hand, pull her up. Yep. Up we go.
What did you get, Barry? 17? Yeah, you can balance across as well. And you make it up to the battle deck, if you want.
Yeah, Skrapp's gonna look over this ballista as well, because there's no way a goblin's gonna be smart enough to work it out.
Oh yeah? I've already figured it. This thing here is the trigger.
No,
He's
that's
pointing
the
at
bolt.
wheel.
No,
You turn
it's
this
not.
wheel, and it... What is it then? You roll an intelligence check, Skrapp. or it can be Arcana.
Yeah.
Don't touch that. You like slap his hand. Like, don't touch. Let me check here. Okay, there is a pretty straightforward mechanism, not too dissimilar to your own technology, and you are able to understand how to fire this. This thing can misfire as well, so it's a good job you actually stopped the goblin from touching anything. There does also there's these dials, knobs, and levers festooned on the station as well, but there's some sort of language. It's like Braille, and you can't really understand it unless, of course, comprehend languages is still going. Which
I think, how long did your comprehend languages is an hour, so
perfect. Okay, in that case, you understand this. Braille is actually known as Qualith, and it's a script that illithids read with their tentacles.
I'm now just imagining the way that this works with Skrapp's runes. Is it literally just like extends almost like like the claws, almost his little tentacles to read them that way. Just sort of scanning them.
You see a couple of other bits of braille along the deck. This is obviously the battle deck, and there's some on this collapsed piece of like chitin or chitin.
Yeah.
It says cargo deck on it.
Okay, so
And it looks like it was part of a door, but it's kind of broken off.
yeah, so that way's the cargo deck. Could be useful for getting stuff. But as for this, you gotta be careful, little goblin. If you touch the wrong thing, this can misfire, and then you're just gonna die, and then you won't get to fire the ballista.
Scrap.
Ah,
So, you think you could fire that?
Probably. Pretty straightforward. It's not too much different from some of my own stuff. Why?
Shall we test it to get rid of a potential future threat?
As in the thing out there that we think?
Yes.
Yeah, Skrapp will get into position and start basically, I imagine, twisting various levers in order to like, just like getting the aim and stuff, and just be like, yeah, I think I can fire this.
Right. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast somewhere over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, a quick question, Shanti. When you fell down and like thudded to the ground. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Don't worry about that. I was just wondering because it was a heavy thud, and this thing obviously can tremor sense. You have no idea how long that creature could have, how long it would have taken for it to get to you, but Hulla got you back up quick enough that you didn't see anything. But okay, Barry, so you blast the snow off to the side here, and a big plume of it shoots up.
Yeah.
You wait for a moment, hoping this creature is going to show itself. And then everyone give me a perception check. Ooh, oh, snap. Not 20. Two not 20s.
Not 20s.
Okay.
The two that are actually preparing the fight.
We're not. Ashanti and I are not paying attention.
Yeah. Neither of you are, but the other two got like scoped in on their little ballistas. Now, what you see is a large mound of snow, just kind of not emerge, but rather sort of like build up. Imagine like a cartoon mole, like underground, where it's like the slight mound under, where it's poking, just at the surface, but it doesn't emerge. But you see it. It's large, so it's a large creature, and I'll say with a natural 20, you do see something. There's this small tentacle that rises up out of the ground and sort of feels the area where the Eldritch Blast impacted, as if it tries to grab something, but then quickly just slithers back beneath the snow. And it was much too small of a target to hit with the ballista.
Yeah.
But you see something is there. It's got a feeler.
Does the brief tentacle we saw, does that look different to the tentacles from the carrion crawlers?
Yeah, the carrion crawlers kind of got like these antenna-like things.
Yeah.
This looked more like what you're seeing coming off of the nautiloid. Long, rubbery, and it was like almost prehensile, right? It could manipulate and it could close around itself to try and grab something, like an elephant's trunk. Like it tried to do that.
Anyone want to go out there and be bait for the ballista boys?
When you
What?
say bait,
Ow.
Just go out there, stand nearby, and then when it pops out, we'll fire. I'll even fire you
No,
on the
how about-
ballista.
How about you show me how to fire it, and then you could be bait. You're the one encased in metal.
Didn't one of them say they wanted to be fired from a ballista?
Yeah.
That's the one that fell off the side of the cliff.
Oh. Damn it, no
Yeah.
wonder I liked him.
No, it wasn't. No, she was one of the children. But
Yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway,
If I grab the goblin, how far can I throw it?
I'll go out there, it's fine, it's fine. I'll instruct the goblin how to fire the ballista.
I don't
hit
trust
me.
the goblin to fire it.
Fine, I'll also instruct Ashanti how to fire the ballista, so between the two of them. And Hulla too, why not?
Hey. I'm better at being shot by ballistas than shooting ballistas.
Fine, just...
okay.
whatever.
I'm gonna look at the goblin and say, do you want to go out willingly or unwillingly?
I
Because
thought we
you
were supposed to be
go-
friends. Why?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you just throw
You're
me.
gonna help your friends by going out and attracting the whatever it is so that we can kill it if we need to.
Why don't you just leave it alone? Why?
Okay, Hulla,
kill
I'm gonna
crazy
make a dead.
people.
I'm gonna make a dead body so we can throw the dead body out
No,
there.
it's fine. I'm gonna go out there. Don't attack the goblins. It's
You
fine.
You Icewind Trekkers are murder hobos. You just
No,
leave it to its own devices.
There might be something over there later. I also want to test the ballista and make sure that they work before I try to take them home.
Okay.
Alright. Come on.
All right.
Skrapp's just gonna...
You're mad, Skrapp. Absolutely mad. Okay. We are gonna. Let's look at the time. Okay, if we do this combat, then
Yep, Skrapp
we
is
might
mad.
go over her. If
It's fine.
everyone's cool with that.
I'm right with that.
Okay, alrighty, we'll set it up then. Skrapp, you walk confidently out into the snow, taunting the creature to come towards you.
Yep.
Suddenly, you see a mound of snow, and Barry, you've not let your eyes off of it. Going to begin to orientate your ballista into the right angle. And yeah, this mound of snow gets closer and closer and larger and larger. And as it does, you see something pierce the top of the snow. It's like a fin, but it's kind of serrated and flying like backwards.
Oh no, I didn't predict it, did I?
Yep. What did you think it was?
I thought it was a Ramaraz.
Oh god, that's even worse! What were you thinking? Still,
That was just a
I'm
guess
gonna
because I
let
couldn't think of many things that swum through the snow.
absolute mad lad. Well, the goblin's up first, thank god, before anything. So I'm gonna say he's holding his action to fire the ballista when that thing emerges. It's coming right for you, which is right now actually. This creature bursts up out of the snow, and boy, does it when it emerged. Just send a
Oh
shrapnel
my
and
god, it's a
you see.
it's a mind flayer bullet.
Yep, tentacled bullet. This massive land shark, armored plates run down the back of its body, and you see a mouth of tentacles writhing around as it leaps up into the air. There's this slow-mo motion where you see like all the debris and cargo that was also buried under snow burst out with it, crates, barrels, and as it leaps up into the air, it's about to come down. The goblin fires the ballista shot, which let me check the old stats for this.
Yeah. Also, remember, Skrapp at the moment thinks they're the best at everything, so I'm just playing into that. They're in no danger.
Oh no. Yeah, okay. So the ballista is traditional ballista.
I was not expecting that, and I may have to steal them for the Underdark campaign.
Yeah, the
I
art.
used an undead bullet once, but yeah, that is really cool art. that actually
Okay,
official art, or is that like art you found?
Oh no, this is art I found.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's-
I'll have to find out who the artist was. Oh, of course he. Why have I got -5 to that? That doesn't seem right.
No.
Well, I rolled a 5 anyway, which is awful. But
Yeah, but it'd be an 11 rather than a 6. I know that's probably not going to hit anyway, but still.
it is not enough, I'm afraid. Yeah, the serrated plate armor does a great job of deflecting attacks. So when it impacts, it kind of hits at an angle and then bounces right off of it. He does manage to work out how to fire it at the very least, but unfortunately for you, this thing is not stopped in its tracks and comes bounding down and lands right on top of you with its, I guess, deadly leap.
Oh god, that's a strength
Yeah,
blade
let's do
thing,
that.
isn't it?
Well, it's a strength or dex, so really you get to pick which.
Well, I just need to double check with my armor of magical strength if it also applies on saves. Because I don't remember.
You can pick.
Yes, it
strength or
does. In
dex
which
save.
case, I'm making it an intelligence save, basically, or I'm adding my intelligence to my strength save, basically. So
Oh,
it's
you
armor
want
of
to go
magical
with strength?
strength. Because it's better than
Okay,
my.
okay.
Yeah, it's better than my dex by like 3. So
All right.
oh god. Yep. And we will add 4 to this because that.
Ashanti, you haven't actually rolled onto initiative yet.
Oh no! Even with that, that's no good. Ow.
Oh no. There's Ashanti. Okay. Well, that's about right. That's about par for the course. You forget to roll your initiative and then roll a 1. Oh no. Skrapp, this thing, its colossal weight crushes down and lands upon you, knocking you down onto your back. And I think, yeah, you took 3d6 plus 4 bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
And then it starts raking into you with its claws, and you see its tentacles trying to grab a hold of your head and bring it towards its mouth. But it's not able to do that this turn. But you can see it's
Yep.
much like a mind flayer. It's gonna suck the brains out of you unless you get out of danger. I think that's its go though. It's a full action to do that. So, what else we got? Yeah, that's gonna be its go. Barry's up.
Right. Am I able to use this ballista?
Well, Skrapp told you how to do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm
Yeah.
gonna
And she
use the
did.
ballista.
Good okay. So you can fire roll a d20 plus plus something. 5 was it?
Is it
It's
plus
a
5?
massive.
Ballista is a
Yeah.
+6 to hit.
Plus 6, sorry. Oh yeah, plus 6.
Ooh, that's a hit.
Yay.
Okay, you can roll 3d10. Nice.
17.
17 points of piercing damage. Strikes and penetrates the beast. It is clearly like charging and jumping up and down on Skrapp, but you time it for the perfect moment when you can see the underside, and it does pierce that scaly hide. It lets out this awful chitinous like gurgling sound, which you've never heard a creature do before. It's like,
And that was a bonus action,
Oh.
right?
yeah, no.
Nah.
The problem with these is it takes another full action to reload. But hey, goblins have extra hands,
Yep.
and it takes 1 action to load it, 1 action to aim it, and 1 action to fire it. So we'll say that you were already aiming and firing. This is
Yeah.
the fire, but yeah. Okay, Hulla?
Okay, so first thing I want to do is, as a bonus action, pull up my spiritual weapon and throw an attack at
Okay.
the creature.
Okay.
An attack, an attack, an attack.
So you should be able to first summon the spiritual weapon.
Get where it
So you got to
is.
click it and summon it somewhere.
Features.
It's under spells.
Under spells.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah, I
get.
did. I
you gotta-
summoned it.
Did you? Where is it?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it for some reason.
You got to click on the map when it brings up a template, and then you.
Yeah, it didn't bring up a
Oh,
template. Oh, wait. There
no.
it is. There it is. Sorry.
Probably being slow.
Okay.
There
There it is. Perfect. Cool. And they're upside down for some reason. But Cerberus came in at an odd angle, but they're up right now. And there's the feature. So now you should have something on your sheet called Spiritual Weapon.
Should be in my.
Yeah, I see it. It's on your main page because it gets favorited.
I'm looking for
It's
it.
at the bottom. It's at the bottom of your main
There it
attributes
is.
page.
Okay. Yes, that's
Yeah.
where I was looking for it before. It didn't come up before.
Oh,
Alright.
no, all of that. That's that one. God. What a great start.
That's okay. While it's doing that, so I guess it doesn't hit. That's fine. While my spiritual weapon is doing its thing, taking its bite, I want to slide down the tentacle and pull Skrapp out, and see if I can drag
Okay.
him away.
All right. You can give me an acrobatics check, same as before, just sort of like slide down it. And if you do succeed, you'll be able to save some extra movement.
Okay.
If you don't succeed, you'll be falling prone. Oh God,
Yes.
another nat
Oh
one.
no! Oh.
Oh jeez, that is awful. You take a d6
Okay.
bludgeoning damage too. I'm afraid.
Oof.
Wait a minute. No, this is more than d6. The battle deck is a whole 25 feet. So there's 2d6 at least. So you
It's all right.
take,
I can take it.
you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage, and you
still have
fall
any
prone
movement?
into the. Well,
Oh, I'd
yes,
have to get
but
up.
you'd have to get up to basically. do
I'm still
anything,
gonna
yeah.
take the rest of my movement.
Okay, so where
get
were you
close to
to
Skrapp.
begin with? You jumped down to here, and then probably got up. I'm afraid that you're ending up your movement here, unless you
Hmm.
want to action dash.
Ooh. I can't. I wouldn't be able to action pull anyway, so I'll action dash to get it right in
It's-
melee.
Well, if you want to drag someone, it's only going to cost movement. It doesn't cost an action to drag someone. So
No? Okay.
yeah, it'll be double your movement, but still,
Okay.
if you action
If
dash,
that's,
you can get to him, get to her here.
yeah, adrenaline
Or-
rush, right?
Well, adrenaline rush is your bonus action, isn't it?
Oh, that's a bonus. I already used my bonus.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But you can action dash. You get to here, which is 10 feet, and then you want to drag Skrapp back.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you'd go 10, 20. I think you go back here. That's as much as you can do on this turn.
Okay, I'll take it. I just wanted to get him out of the way.
All right.
Or out of the way. Sorry, Skrapp.
Wrap you kicking away in the snow.
Alright, Skrapp will stand back up.
Let's check something. I haven't got reach, have I? Nope. You're good. Lucky.
Stare at this thing for a moment, and then well, one of you can't hit, so I might as well make it easier for you. It made the save?
Wow.
Really?
It does.
Wow.
Rolled an
Skrapp's
80.
just like, Oh, that was miscalculation on my part.
It's probably covered in so much debris and snow. The fairy fire lands on it, and then it just sort of shakes it, and all the dust
Yeah,
filters
okay.
off with the snow.
Skrapp still has half their movement, so if I actually do... I should have done this actually instead, but move here. Can't it cry? Then move back. So now everyone has advantage on it. Until my next turn.
Okay. You will have advantage,
Yeah.
whether it passes or not. Very good. Anything else?
That is
Think that's it?
movement, action, and bonus
Yeah.
action, so I think that's everything.
Okay, Ashanti, you're up.
Hey, I'm going to ask you, I'm not sure what I'm seeing above me right here. If I came up to the upper deck, if I went back up, came up to the upper deck and go over that, and then can I come back down? Or do
Yeah.
I need to come over these tentacles and hope to God I don't fall?
You want the quickest route to the bullets.
Right. The quickest route is straight ahead, hey diddle
Yeah.
diddle straight in the middle. I could adrenaline rush
Quickest
there
route is
easily, but
probably firing yourself from the ballista, I'm not gonna lie. But since that's not an option, I'll say you can try and just leap it from here, land in the snow, and then kind of clamber over them. The tentacles are a little bit difficult terrain unless you try to pull off that acrobatic slide.
all right. So I'm gonna do an adrenaline rush. So did it
Okay.
go? Use the ability. Okay, and then you say I need to do an athletics test to get
You
over
can
these
either
tentacles.
so it's a risk reward, right? The risk is if you pass, then it won't cost as much movement. But if you fail, you'll fall prone.
Okay. Well, I'm
Because this
doing
is difficult
the
terrain.
bonus action adrenaline dash, which is 60 feet, and this gets me 35 feet to here. So
Okay.
do I need to do that?
What's your unarmored movement? It's like 30, isn't it?
Mhm.
Well, if you leapt off, I guess not, because you would land in here,
Okay.
and then you'd be dashing through the difficult terrain, which would be the 30.
Okay.
So yeah, you can make it there.
Okay. All right. So I guess since I'm not right up I'm close enough for my halberd. I'm
Yeah.
gonna jump off. I am running across, scrambling across these tentacles. I am gonna get up to the next big tentacle. I am gonna swing my halberd with all my might, saying, "Andy, help me!" And have Andy fly forward and big swing.
Roll
No,
it
no, no,
again.
no. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
20. That should do the job. I
Okay.
think you had it targeted, but
So it's
Go
prompting
ahead.
me halberd slicing, damage roll, critical hit, or normal.
Yeah.
It's a normal, right?
Normal. Yeah, normal.
Okay.
Okay. Nice. All right. So 8 points of 8 points of slashing damage, and doesn't get the slicing property off though. It is a very hard thing to crack. Still,
So
that looks good.
that'll be my roll.
Okay. It is. The goblin in the background was basically trying to slide arm. Can't remember what I rolled for it. Is it like a 19? And then
Yeah,
a 14,
something like
yeah.
that.
Okay, so yeah, these goblins are making their way over to the ballistas. They're going to try and help load them, but they can't this turn. This goblin is gonna load I guess he'll jump over here. He'll load your ballista, Barry. But it still takes an action to aim and then an action to fire. But at least he spent an action to load it for you. Okay. The aberrant bullet. Okay. Seeing as it is being aimed at by a giant ballista, it didn't really account for until now. I think it's gonna do the smart thing. Ashanti, you get an attack of opportunity. Well, with advantage.
Yes. Okay. Take another big swing. Does that hit?
It does. Yep. 11. Ow. Yep. Even more reason to start getting away. Another heavy hit like this, you start to see the cracks in the plates splitting, and as a result, it submerges back underground and becomes, well, completely submerged. You can't get an attack on it at this point. No one can. It's so deep under the ground. It's got like a 40-foot burrow speed, so...
What do we
Barry?
do now?
Yep, what do you do against a creature that can just burrow straight into the earth?
I guess for now that we know what it is and can be ready for it if it comes back, we've scared it off for definite. Let's get back onto the ship and leave the goblins on sentry duty.
Well, we'll find out, but we'll go to the end of the round here. Barry, you can't really take an aim at something you can't see.
I just
Yes,
ready
of course.
the action to fire when I see it.
Nah, you have to aim and then fire.
Yeah, I
Well-
ready my action to fire with an Eldritch Blast.
Couldn't
You can do that then.
Barry ready to pull the trigger once one of the goblins aims it, and they could ready to aim it as their action, because it's one of the goblins coming up now who would be able to get there.
Well, you have to aim. You have to be able to see the creature to aim at it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, couldn't they hold their action to aim it because it's an action? So when they can see it, then they would aim.
I don't think so. I think the person who's aiming has to be the one who also... It takes like 2 rounds to fire it. One, the
That's
person who's
fair.
aiming, and then the person who's firing. But also, the goblins do turn to you and they're like, "Aren't you a dwarf? Aren't you able to like see underground or something?"
Oh yeah, I can use my stone cunning. Momentarily forgot about that.
Hey, you're welcome. And I loaded your ballista for you. You owe me one when we get back.
Carry on and I'll shove you off the ship. But thank you.
Here I was going to invite you back to Dugan's home, and he quickly stops. All right, so yeah, you can now see the creature if you have tremor sense, right? You want to click that in the chat for me? Yeah, okay, I don't know if it actually applies. I don't think it does. All right, let me add it real quick. Sure. Tremor. 60. Bam. All right, you want to know where it is? It has.
Oh, it's there. It's directly in
Move.
front of the bullet. Never mind.
I just haven't moved it yet, but it did this maneuver here.
It's there.
Of how everyone can. No one has a clue but Barry. So you now, if that's a bonus action, correct? Then you can
Yeah.
take an action to aim because
Yeah.
you can now see it. Well, kind of. I don't know if tremor sense is really a sight, but I'm gonna let it fly this time because you know where it is. You know where
Yeah.
to aim.
I know where
So-
it's possibly coming up.
Yeah. Okay, cool. The next goblin rushes over. He's gonna use an action to load. Hulla's up.
Barry, where do we need to be? Where's this thing coming?
I'm pointing the
okay.
ballista directly in a certain spot,
Okay.
which is here.
I will use my bonus to move the spiritual weapon over close to where I think it might be. And I'm gonna hold. Can I hold movement and action, or just action?
Excuse me. You you can move and hold your action, yeah.
Okay. I will move over here, and I'll hold my action. I'm gonna hold Spiker and Striker.
So you can hold one attack with that,
Okay.
but you won't get both attacks. Yeah.
Okay, I'll hold Striker then,
Okay. Scrap.
and wait to get a good shot in.
Skrapp is gonna just take a few steps back, and they are gonna hold their action for magic missile when they see it, or homing claw.
Ashanti.
Okay, I am gonna move forward. Come on, baby. All right, so 20, 25, 30, and I'm gonna hold my halberd in a spear-like position, ready to puncture if that thing pops up.
Mm-hmm. Goblin is not able to aim, but he's gonna get ready with the next load, I guess. Okay. Back to the top. He's gonna hold his action to load as well. Actually, you know what? They'll hold a couple of arrows. They're pulling back on their bowstrings, ready. And what can I say except?
Where does it pop up? Oh.
Well, you ruined my
Somebody's gonna
plan. Completely ruined it. Yeah, I don't have any good options now.
Well, good.
Zero good options. So you know what? Because you ruined my plans, I'm just gonna
Ruin you.
bite.
Ruin
I'm just gonna
ours.
bite you, Hulla. Immediately
how
out
much
of the
worse could
earth,
it
this
be?
creature emerges and
Oof.
jaws clamp onto you and try to pull you
Cripes.
down into the earth. Everyone gets their held action.
All right.
Phew.
Oh, Spiker
After all
misses.
that, I missed.
Yep, I missed too.
No, shit. Oh, a couple of arrows connect. That's looking bloodied.
Natural
So
one again.
I'll take-
Jesus.
the
It's
reason
like
why you
3 in a
ruined
row?
my plan is because it's Pounce, the one you saw you saw
It's an
on
AoE.
Scrap, which just like landed, boom. Yeah, if you're all grouped up like you were just a fraction ago, it would have hit all three of you. But smart somehow, you all spread out. Like every one of you went different directions. So in its frustration, its jaws just clamp onto Hulla and try to drag you under. But the sheer amount of punishment it took from that as well, I think is going to send it back into the ground. But before that, Hulla, you get an attack. Oh wait, no, you don't get an attack opportunity because you've used your reaction to hold that. So I'm afraid it is going to
Does
submerge
Scrap,
again.
does Scrap get an attack of opportunity?
Yeah.
My held action went off anyway to I also readied an action. I magic missiled it
Yeah,
for
I was
for
definitely
too
got some
far
work
away.
done.
10 damage.
Okay. So it didn't even go very far. It only went 5 feet. So I'm going to say it goes 5 feet or 10 feet down. Okay. That'll be its go, Barry.
I think it's time to attack. The ballista didn't work.
No, I'm sorry.
Has it gone underground again?
It did, yes.
Right, I'm gonna hold my action to Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Hulla.
Yeah. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself because that hit took a lot out of me.
You felt like getting hit by like a freight train. This thing's so massive.
And I'm going to hold. I can't hold anything, but I'm actually. Well, can I hold my spiritual weapon?
Can't hold a bonus, I'm afraid, but
Okay.
you can still move.
In that case, I will move. Let's move back over here, so we're out of the way.
And Skrapp.
Alright, Skrapp's just gonna move a little bit more, and they're gonna ready a lightning launcher attack for if it comes into view.
And Ashanti.
All right, I guess I am Scraps up top. I'm gonna try to move right here, so maybe we can get it in a circle.
I like that.
And
That's
then,
good.
As you walk over this bit, you feel some uneven ground beneath your feet, like like it's tilling the earth beneath your feet as you walk over there.
so where did I feel it?
As soon as you walked over there.
Okay. All right. So I felt it underneath me?
Yeah, like you walked straight over the top of it. It was only a couple of feet. Well, it was only 10 feet down below you. But
I
still.
wouldn't have gone as far if I felt it.
Okay.
I would have gone to where I felt it and stopped and said, I think it's under me to everybody, and held an action to hit it with my halberd as soon as it appeared.
Okay. Likewise, the goblins are also holding their action to attack. But I think it's had enough for one day. Barry, you sense it go out of the range of your tremor sense. And Ashanti, you feel a kind of shift and a surge of the earth underneath you away from the Nautiloid, i.e. east. And that also matches Barry's sort of tremor sense. You can tell it's going way out of here and into the distance. And that is going to have to end combat because there's no way you can bring that thing out. You bloodied it. Its shell is cracked. It's probably licking its wounds somewhere under the ground, but it's going to live to fight another day. No point just dying for the sake of one little snack. You dealt a heavy blow to it, and I think it dealt a heavy blow back, but it's a stalemate right now. You can't kill it, and if it shows itself, it's probably gonna be killed. So it's smart as well.
The Nautiloid.
That's something you wouldn't normally expect from a creature, but it's almost as if its illithid-like form has granted it some extra intelligence. Who knows?
Hello, are you okay?
Okay, now, Skrapp, are you okay?
I'm good. I'm awesome, usual.
Shanti, I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to hammer that thing a little bit more.
It's okay.
We'll get it next time.
Carrion crawlers. I've helped kill 2 carrion crawlers. That helped a lot.
That's good.
Yeah. Right, let's get aboard the ship, I guess, and we'll continue from there. I sort of nod to the goblins. It seems like you worked out how to use the ballista with my instruction. Good going. Just do you guys want to stay up here and stay on patrol in case that thing comes back, or do you guys want to come
We're not
inside?
leaving the ballistas.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, these are our Chinese. They're clinging onto it, stroking it.
They really do like that ballista. I guess we'll head into the cargo deck, I guess.
Yeah, can do. We'll wrap it up soon, but I can give you a description and the scene inside if you'd like.
Yeah, that seems a good thing to wrap up with.
Okay. Yeah, alright then. In that case, there should be an area where you can see there's complete damage to the hull that's broken off this entrance and slightly the roofing as well. The
Yeah.
sight of it is not natural though. Something about the interior just it's like it kind of smells like organic matter, like that kind of musty smell. As you jump down and land onto the ground, you feel a squish beneath your feet. There's all these kind of veins and like blood vessels all over the ship. This thing it's really feels like it was a living creature, or maybe it still is, but it's either in some sort of deep sleep or torpor.
Hmm.
That's kind of what you're getting as well. And in fact, the moment you touch down, Scrap, you're hit with this sudden flashback. Memories of this place when you were trying to escape it blur and flicker before you. You're scrambling to try and reorientate yourself. You hear monsters screaming in your ears, and there's your friend with you, Spellix. They're helping you up to your feet. Well, foot. As you look down, you realize this creature has chomped onto it and ripped it off. And another flash as you see that same creature, the one that's digging around outside in the earth. That's the same thing that bit your leg off and ripped it away. And you
No
see
wonder
in
I
the
had a
corners.
vendetta against it.
it, no, no wonder. Yeah, it came back for more. The other leg, and you see almost a moment or so where you saw the chains that were holding it in here have all broken and busted. And as you flash back into reality, you see them just lying there on the ground where the creature escaped alongside you. And there should be a actual map. Oh, you are on it. Yeah. I see your tokens over there now, right?
Yeah,
Did it
like
teleport you? Okay.
I clicked the door and then
Now
I
you're
don't
over
seem to
there.
be
Okay.
I don't seem
perfect.
to be able to move.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'll have this fixed for next time.
Yeah.
But cool. Well, one last thing then before you guys push on in. Let's get everyone in there so you can see. I'm just gonna drag your tokens.
I can't even see that much, like I've still got the visual of like the outside.
Yeah, I do
Okay.
too.
Oh wait,
There's
we've been duplicated. Oh,
Maybe
we've been
that's what's happening.
duplicated.
I'll
Yeah, I
delete
was
the
still
old
trying to
ones.
move my old token.
Let's get.
Yeah.
I can't delete them either. Fear not. I'll have it fixed for next time.
Oh god.
But yeah, so what's
Known
inside
squidlings.
is yep, there is something of a disturbing sight. Attached to the walls in this chamber are 3 sets of chains and manacles, clearly designed to hold large creatures, all broken, all of them busted. A staircase rises to the next deck amid crates, barrels, and broken bits of equipment. But moving along the detritus are 4 creatures. 3 of them are small, repulsive, purple things that float just above the ground and seem to pull themselves along the floor using these oversized face tentacles. And there's something else, one last creature lumbering around. You can hear its heavy thud thud against the ground. And I guess Barry, you still got your tremor sense. And you can sense there's a large creature at the back.
Yeah.
Somewhere walking around like on 2 feet. And
Oh God.
yeah, but I gotta show the art for the squidlings before we end tonight's session.
Oh God.
This thing is kind of adorable and kind of hideous
Freaky
at the same time. Oh, yeah, freaky. And
I would ask Barry and Skrapp, are these missing crewmen you keep talking about?
I think these might be the crew of the ship, possibly. And also that thing outside was the thing that took my leg, so I'm gonna get that thing back later. But I think these things might be responsible for it in some way.
Hmm.
What do you mean responsible? Like they created it, or they control it, or?
Well, it was chained up here, so I think it might be like a pet or a project of theirs or something like
Oh
that.
dear.
Also, Skrapp is probably doing this all telepathically because they have the stone at the moment. Like,
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. But at the same time, there's also something reaching out telepathically to you as well,
yeah.
just tickling the back of your mind. And but as they're establishing that connection, and like looking at you with these big inky eyes with wonder, that is where we're going to end tonight's session as they
Hey.
try to reach
Yeah.
out. Ooh, well,
Yeah.
thank you
Alright.
guys for playing. We'll tune in next week for discovering what is inside
Yep.
this id
Yeah.
ascendant.
Alright, bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.